How's Berseria today? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here too. I'm Fel. I did lots of the routing with this game with Shin. I was supposed to commentate Zestiria with them, but I was ill, so I didn't. But we ate.
And then I'm somewhat helping this. I didn't help with the new route. I helped Burden early on a little bit, and then commentated the first one, and then I've just kind of stuck around and they put up with me.
Well, I guess we're good to go then, right?
Yep. Just give me a countdown.
Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Get back in the room.
Oh no.
So, this is live world record demonstration.
No, it's
Hope
not.
you guys are ready.
It's going to be the best run ever, guaranteed. So, for people that haven't possibly seen this since last year, there was another runner that showed up in the scene, about 3-4 months ago? A JP runner that beat our boy here's record by a decent amount. And so, of course, when Shin decided to come back, he rerouted a few things. Like he does every time he comes back to a game. You know, that's a good example.
He was that somebody had the world record that was rightfully his. So he came back and stole it back. That's what Shin does.
Sometimes.
Just basic tutorial things.
Yeah, we don't get our fun abilities yet.
Usual prickle bars.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's gonna be our new thing now for Tales of games and starting fights with prickle boars. I need to get some music playing in the background. I don't have audio from the game.
Yeah, just some RNG tutorials to deal with. First one is fine, but this one sucks.
Can take a while sometimes.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, they're doing the thing.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, so sometimes the AI is brilliant in this game. So much better than Zestiria's. And sometimes they can just choose not to attack ever. On normal of all difficulties.
For some godforsaken reason, they decided to give the first enemy a buffing art, even though they make you do a tutorial that forces you to guard.
Great design.
It's not too bad, but there's nothing we can do to influence whether they...
At least at the end of the day, it's better than Symphonia 2 tutorials in which you just have to sit through text that you can't even mash. At least you know you can make them a little bit faster if stuff behaves. Also, prepared to see this move used a lot in this run.
These two moves used a lot in this run.
Sometimes we spice it up and throw in a third or fourth move, but let's not push it too far.
Standard modern Tales game stuff where you get your best darts very, very close to the beginning of the game.
Oh,
Also
he doesn't just equip Gouging Spin 2 times consecutively, he does it up to 4. It's just you don't do it mash it all the way through 4.
So I can use my art whenever I want in the combo.
So now he has a hidden art Syrian Edge, which we will also be using quite a bit in the game, because it can apply the burn status. And you're probably like, wow, I've seen burn status a lot in this marathon so far, especially with Zilia. Well, burn status in this game is really good, because you have a higher chance of proccing a stun when a burn status is on something. And that's very important for this run. as we'll explain later when we get more of the options available to let us set up these nice little combos.
There's only a couple spots where it's used now. And it's often a quality of life thing, more than a requirement thing.
Yeah.
There's only one where it's a pseudo requirement, and it's not really required. There's a backup if you don't get burn, but burn is just so much more convenient to use. And there's some fights where we'll get a burn no matter what anyway, just because of how the multipliers stack. We don't care about the burn, we want to use Searing Edge, and we happen to get a burn with it every single time. And it's not New Game Plus. Get Drift just has the wrong category on the overlay.
Oh, yep, the overlay guy messed that up.
He also has Shin's name wrong. And hasn't got the 0.
Oh, no, the end is what he has in the marathon schedule, so I kept it that way.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
I don't need that 0, I just couldn't create an account without the 0.
Part of me just wants to like take a black marker and just mark over the plus. That would look so bad.
Just do it. New Game Plus in Berseria, for the record, is more broken than the Zestiria one you just saw. So
Yeah, it was only you've done the run of it so far, right?
there's like a bunch of runs, I guess, of New Game Plus, but I think I'm the only one who did a good route of it.
I do remember
another
watching
person
it.
might have at one point.
Yeah, I do remember watching it, and the gist for the people in chat is it's eyes and one shots everything. The game.
Everything except one thing.
No, correct.
In other words, wide open, boys.
Yes. It's not that they are bad runs, it's just that they're from before certain other things were considered for routing.
Oh, you got rid of the wide open emote? Where's that bell?
That's mine.
Oh man, I'm about to change that up to see follow commands when here. Emotes in here.
So this fight that Shin's in right now is just purely timed. You can never do any damage to this thing, even if you have max stats. So you're just going to take the time to spam this art to get some usage. Usage in this game does a variety of things, depending on which title you have equipped. The title we will be using for the entire game gives us a higher effect rate per usage half star that we get. Which roughly translates to slightly higher burn chances. It's not necessary, but we have literally nothing else to be doing there, so may as well. The approach we take.
Oh, there we go. Now everything's right in the world.
Well, the intro parts of this game are pretty slow-paced overall. Berseria's movement speed on the field is god-awful.
Yep.
And the fights are... we don't have access to the things that break the fight system clean open yet. So everything's just sort of slow-paced compared to what you'll be seeing later. And a nice little preview of Velvet's some of Velvet's arts here.
Backflip is such a great move for these Morgans.
Just don't get backflipped.
Don't get backflip. Yep.
Just choose better RNG. And once again, this is not New Game Plus. The overlay is just wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to look to see if I have a previous overlay. Since it was released last year, it's kind of hard to find one.
You could always just open the overlay and copy a part of the background and put it over the plus.
Man, you highly overestimate my skills there, buddy.
Send it to me and I'll do it.
Yeah, good enough. Damn it, I don't have Discord up on that computer. Well, I should have a copy from the guy that made it. Yeah, there we go. I just... hopefully be able to copy paste it over to you.
Yeah, he did a tutorial there where you have to dodge, I forget her name's attack.
Ceres?
Yeah,
Ceres, something like that. C-E-R-E-S.
Disclaimer, I don't know the plot for this game anymore at all, despite speedrunning it quite a bit. And rooting it quite a bit.
I mean, you have this nice way of skipping cutscenes in this game that all you have to do is hold the right bumper and hit A. I don't know the keyboard controls for it, which is what Shin's on, but...
Mouse 2 and E, all confirmed basically.
It's still, I wish more games did that, just make it easy cutscene skip instead of having to pause the game, then, you know, hit the menus and stuff to do it.
Yeah, like, most games tend to have a decent one where you pause and then you press a button and it skips. But what's bad is when it makes you confirm it.
Yeah.
Like, ugh. For the record, Berseria does have a menu one where you can confirm it, it's just that it also has a shortcut for it. Yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic a little bit whilst I fix this. So I'll be back.
That's fine. I gotta open up Discord on my end so I can actually get it. Oh! Okay, good. I had a JavaScript error while I was opening Discord. I was like, oh, this could be fun, isn't it? It's gonna be one of those days. But now we good.
Some more tutorial fights. Like this whole 15 first minutes are like full of tutorials and stuff.
Yeah.
And here is our rock boy.
So, a lot of bosses in this game, well not a lot, but a good chunk of them aren't beatable. They have some type of alternate condition. So Rokuro is getting down to half health. Of course, Rokuro is not behaving right now. Sometimes you can get lucky and you can keep him in one spot or just on you, or he gets stunned. Nice. Or sometimes he'll just run around all willy-nilly and attack everybody, and it's not fun.
Yeah, the worst part about the early game, you don't have a really good way to break guards, so if you do get guarded, it's like really bad.
Yeah.
You have to stop your combo and you lose CG.
So one small thing that a lot of people don't know about, that we've kind of known about for a while, and you might have even seen it by accident and think that in a casual playthrough. But if you in this game, if you actually turn your main character, so whoever you're controlling the first player, onto auto, you can still actually use abilities even though they're set onto auto, and the abilities for some reason come out a lot faster and with a lot less like hit stun delay, which is great when you're like doing stuff like Velvet's Discord because it goes a lot faster. But at the end of the day, it doesn't actually do a lot like damage difference. So there's no point in actually having it turned on. Also, the auto kind of doesn't path really well, so they can just kind of run around willy-nilly as well.
You're basically fighting AI with your controls there.
Yeah. As long as you're right next to whatever you want to fight, it could technically be faster damage, but I think Fells found something that it wasn't whenever he gets back to the call.
It's only
You can
worth it for
clarify.
NG+.
Yeah. Also, people, like, get ready to use the Discord emote a lot, because you're going to be hearing that quite a bit. Once we get it. So here's Oscar. He has it's Oscar and 2 mallets. So we used to target the blue one, thinking that it was faster, but nope, it's faster than target the red one. Going down quickly. So now we're just gonna try to hopefully combo Oscar, and he doesn't break out too often. Also, if you notice, Oscar has a lot of similarities to Sorey. It's effectively they copied Sorey's like basic, I think like level 10 AI or something. Just put them in there. But now we have Dragon. So Dragon is the first actual boss, but the reason why it's a big deal is 2 things. So first, we get Break Soul. So now we have our giant demonic claw, which is great for comboing. The second thing is, this is the first boss in which we're going to try to go after a specific title called Comboist. To get Comboist, you actually have to meet the criteria of you have to kill 5 enemies with a 50-hit combo or greater. And that is, you have to land the final blow with a 50-hit combo or greater. Which can be sometimes an issue, because Dragon can sometimes break out. But so far, this is going really well, and there's also a nice stun, but 2 hits shy.
It's 4 to hit.
It's 14 hits.
Worried that it's worked into the round before you actually need the Comboist title on. It's just kind of nice to have as early as you can have it.
I sent you the thingy, by the way, Gedriff.
Oh, thank you very much.
Alright, now, welcome to the walking scene, guys. This is where we start. Lots of walking.
This is the main reason why a lot of people don't finish playing this game, and I'm not saying that because it's definitely me or anything.
If it wasn't for the dreadfully slow movement speed, I would have probably done a lot more runs of this game. But it's so hard to maintain focus when you have like 5 to 10 minutes of running around incredibly slowly between fights. It actually just hurt me inside. Just
yeah, it's why, like, when I was going through trying to learn the game, I was wishing that some save points were closer to the boss fight, so I didn't have to, like, spend so much time walking around. Like, I actually have a quick save for the big fight inside the city later on here that I have just saved off the side if there's a quick save that goes over it, so I can at least throw it back in there, because I hate having to run from the save point to the closest save point at the time to that fight.
Mm-hmm. For practice, what I do is I quick save before fights and then rename them. As basically, if you rename them so that they overwrite a normal save, they're permanent quick saves. Rather than overwriting your quick the new name, you just go in there and rename it. We're good. Obviously, you can only do that on PC version, but it's just very convenient to have practice files sat right outside of the boss, rather than 3 minutes away at the save point.
So, I see this in chat. So, it's a common misconception. Velvet is not the most broken character in this game. She has the best combo potentials, which is why we use her for the speedrun and why most people stick with her throughout. But Aizen is technically a lot more broken than Velvet can be.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, isn't Rokuro, if you set him up right, really, really good as well?
I
forgot if you looked at that.
Rokuro is a strange situation, but basically, Aizen like, Velvet is the most powerful when you're dealing with low resources, because she requires no resources to be broken. Aizen is super broken when you have max resources, because you just one-shot everything, because his damage is insane. And Rokuro is really good with high resources if you can one-shot the enemy that you're fighting. And if you can't one-shot it, then suddenly he becomes really, really bad. Because his damage outside, like, he's the most consistent Mystic Arter of all of them, but he, other than Mystic Arts, his damage is beyond mediocre. Like, actually awful. Not as awful as a certain Little Miss Useless, but
wow, already bashing
pretty bad.
Useless.
Oh man, we're gonna get
About the
7
shot.
hours of it after this. Especially since it's gonna be me and Jay commentating. It's gonna be Little Miss Useless and the boy that made the whole game happen.
But yeah, Aizen's pretty good even with low resources. His damage is actually insane, but he's inconsistent compared to Velvet, who can just ruffle stomp everything and be invincible, because you can't die for as long as you're in Fairy full. And you can't be hit out of your combos either, so it's
Yeah, the worst thing that happens is you get dropped to technically below 1 hit point, but you only stick there, and it forces you into your I forgot what those moves are actually called.
Break arts.
Yeah, break arts. It forces you into a break art, which we will do intentionally sometimes in the run, because Velvet also does more damage as the lower her health gets. Which, as somebody that looks in the game design, all I've ever seen of having that ability into a game is it gets abused fucking crazily, and it should not be put into games ever.
No, it's great when they put low HP damage buffs in games. I love it. I like that stuff.
One of my favorite games to play, and a prime example of why not to do it, is Wild Arms 3, in which you can, if you set up one of the characters properly, you can one-shot everything in the game at level 25. It's like, as long as your hit points are low enough, you can do so much fucking damage. And sorry for the language.
I was wondering.
Oh my god.
SMH.
It's early. I'm not usually up at 4 in the morning. Is when I got up this morning. It's gonna be a long day for me. I'm not gonna go to work tomorrow. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, the nice thing about when you have a thing that increases your damage when you're lower HP is usually it does this thing where you sort of have to balance being low with being able to survive to do your damage. It's normally a cool thing in, like, not only speedruns, but in, like, casual gameplay as well. But then this game, you don't have to balance, like, trying to survive, because Velvet's just invincible. So it's just badly done, but it's whatever. We can abuse it, so we're okay.
Well, she's invincible as long as you have souls.
Yeah, which means she's invincible. Period.
I mean, in the run, yeah. Casually, sometimes you don't have souls. Like, you get unlucky and get stunned right at the beginning. It's like, oh, cool. I can't break soul. That's great. So yeah, that point is very, very important. If he forgot it, it would be a very fun time loss of going through the dungeon again. But, so here's Dial. Dial is a boss, and not a fun boss. So we, once again, want to try to get a combo going on him. But Dial has a great thing called Super Armor in this game, and we still don't really have a super consistent way of dealing with it. We can't, if we get burn proc on him, which is why we have Rokuro only using Form 1, it makes it a little easier, but he can also deal out burns pretty quickly. That's done. And so we're going to try to keep as many souls as we possibly can on the boss, It's very important that we do so, because the more souls that a boss has, the more damage they take, and the more likely they are to be stunned.
Of note, the reverse is also true on you. Like the lower stun or lower amount of souls you have, the easier it is to apply stun, and you take less damage.
Okay, got it.
I think only in Berseria, as of right now. So pretty much every move has a specific type set to it. And so those types, when applied to weakness, proc a chain, which gives you a damage multiplier. So we'll use specific people in the game to make sure that we proc the chain, or we'll have moves set up on Velvet to have that chain procced as well.
It's in Graces as well.
It is in Graces?
Slightly different. It's like a combination of Zesteria's one, where you only need to do one weakness, and this one, where you have to do all of them. Where you get bonuses for proccing all of them, but you also gain more damage for proccing just one of them. Whereas in this game, like, you can hit weakness, just like one weakness, and the enemy won't get chained, but that art will still hit weakness and do extra damage. But what chain does is it makes all arts hit weakness, and it gives you an extra multiplier on top of that.
So we're gonna do a little bit more running around right now, just for main story stuff. We'll go back to the cave, and then we'll come back and do a giant fun fight right here in the square, and then fight Teresa.
There's a nice long menu before that, though.
Yes.
So we upgrade stuff.
So you want to talk about the item creation and the equipment, how it works for this run?
So basically, when you disassemble stuff, you gain materials. Usually, there's like common metals like amber and calcite, and rare metals like bronze and silver. And we will be mostly using amber stuff and bronze stuff. But basically, the type of equipment determines one of its enhancement bonuses, like how weapons get 10% stun damage per level, and accessories get 10% break soul damage per level. And then each weapon has its own unique thing as well, and you also gain +8 overall stats per level, which get spread across the two attributes, or one or two attributes on the weapon or piece of equipment equally. So if a weapon originally has, say, 150 attack on it and 50 defense on it, then upgrading it will give you 6 attack and 2 defense per level, because it's the same ratio. And you can go up to +10, but for now we can only go up to +3, which Shin did just there on his weapon, because it's super good to have plus damage on stun, because we will be stunning things basically forever. And later on we will get up to +5 or 6.
+5.
Yeah.
So there's also, later on, there's be specific items that we're gonna want. The big one in specific is a Floric Blade.
There's only the one now, so...
Yeah. Alright, that's good. So we're gonna be looking for a Floric Blade, which spawns in shops after...
Empyrean Throne.
The port town, that it's the first shop they can spawn in.
Catnix. Port Catnix.
Have its damage. That's really nice. Also, that's the one that applies the debuff, correct?
The Floric Blade? It's the one that applies the buff. That's the word you meant. When you drop below 8% of your HP, you get plus 30% attack.
Or
for a period
as
of time.
slow. So if you don't want to deal with shop RNG, you can run through. You can now do the speedrun with just the Amber Blade very easily.
This card is like.
Also, a lot of these
Yeah,
first
that's
enemies,
one.
like the bugs, they just go at the location that they spot you, which is kind of nice. But there's a nice little thing we'll be abusing quite a bit in the run is if you hug a wall, for some reason the enemy AI can't detect you anymore when you're hugging the wall. But if it's any of the ones that just kind of attack where the last location are, they'll still come after you. Or, well, where you were.
And sometimes if you quote-unquote disappear and then reappear in their field of vision by walking along a wall, they will reacquire you as a target and they will turn incredibly sharply. So when avoiding bugs, it's actually safer to stay away from walls rather than walking along them. It makes
Also,
them unpredictable.
the very fun pixies and skeletons mages also return in this game. But they have a neat little thing. If you are facing into a wall, which normally they try to spawn right in front of you, if you're facing right into it, they'll spawn right behind you instead.
Which can also be somewhat inconsistent.
Yes.
I'm not sure how Shin does it, but I tend to just stay away from walls with those as well, and I just dodge them on reaction once they reappear. Because
It really
it can be very
depends.
frustrating.
If they appear on the max vendor distance, they will reappear literally next to you where you don't even have time to react.
Yeah, dodging enemies in this game is overall not particularly difficult, but it's also not immensely easy either. Similar to Zestiria though, there is consistency in where enemies spawn, so overall we know where enemies appear or will be.
Did you end up getting a combo on Dial, or?
Yeah, I did
You
get a
still don't have
combo
any?
kill.
Nice.
I just need 3 more.
So I guess I'll explain it now, since it's just walking stuff going on right now.
And finally, we're gonna have at least a string of fights to make it a little bit more interesting. So, we're gonna have the ability to get.
That's fine. I'll get rid of this tutorial.
But what he really doesn't want is for them. Oh, fun. Troll insects. But what he really doesn't want is for them to get stunned, because they don't have a lot of health, and if the stun ends up proccing, he'll easily end up killing them.
Yeah.
So he just
He
needs
also
to
has
get.
to.
If it can be possible, gets 3 on this fight, going into Teresa, it makes it. It's just really nice. If not, he has Teresa that he's able to get a combo kill on, and then he has a few extra fights after Teresa that he would be able to get some combo kills on as well.
Yeah, he also has to remove all of his equipment here,
Yeah,
so
his
that he
damage.
doesn't overkill them.
Yeah.
Because basically, Discord, the break art, works like Hidden Arts, where it takes your lowest attack stat for its damage calculation. So by taking off that stuff, we reduce our A attack down quite a lot, which makes Discord do basically no damage compared to if we have the belt equipped.
Might not work. Okay, it should be fine. I didn't see the number there.
I'll catch it.
No, I think I caught it 39.
39.
Yep, sorry.
Ugh. That sucks.
Yeah, he armored up.
As I say, you have plenty to spare.
Yeah.
I mean, 3.
Yes, there's, I think, what, 5, 6 that spawn in this fight.
6.
Yeah, so you just need to get all 3 of them. So like I mentioned earlier about the auto making Discord go faster, if you also switch characters, it works that way as well. I think we got 1 more. So you only need 2 more left.
It really sucks when the opener gets guarded like that.
Yeah, this particular strat here is incredibly vital for the run, to the extent that like you can't really do any of the strats without having this title. past a certain point in the run.
So
In practice and learning, you kind of just get stuck here for a while whilst you learn how to do this.
Yeah. When I learned it, it was the most. This still has been more dedicated my time. Actually, when I've occasionally thought about coming back and doing it, this is where I start my practice at. Actually, it's the best way of learning. But so what the comboist title does is, unlike other games that titles usually give stat increases, in this game they give like kind of abilities to you. So with comboists in this game, as your combo goes up, your damage also increases as well. And this makes Mystic Arts really powerful, as you'll see for the rest of the game at this point once we unlock them.
Basically, you get 1% extra damage for every hit in a combo prior, and that doesn't mean at 50 hits you have 50% extra damage. It stacks multiplicatively with itself. So at 50 hits, you actually have about 64% damage extra, if I remember correctly. So it's a lot of damage just by equipping a title.
Yeah, somehow finished off laughing with the Discord.
Nice.
Good job, chat, by the way. You did me proud.
We're proud of you.
Time for the Reaper.
Slayer of speedruns. So in this Aizen fight, there's literally nothing you can do to make it any faster or slower. If he wants to die fast, he will die fast. If he does not, he will not. Because it's just impossible to consistently stun him. Comboing him is always short. He guards a lot. He's just a meanie, like straight up.
It took a while, but yeah, it's better than nothing.
So also, like a lot of the required bosses, he only goes down to half health when you finish the fight.
Thank God.
Yeah. Also, any boss that you don't kill in this game, you don't get XP for. So that's another thing. So for that that Aizen fight, we don't get experience for it.
Yeah, if we had to actually take all of his HP in that fight, this early game would be.
Oof.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's not. Like, when you get a burn like that and a stun, you can just barely finish him usually in the amount of souls you have. And your combo will end eventually. It's not an infinite or anything. What Shin had there, he had about another loop left in him before the combo just stopped because he ran out of souls.
Yeah.
So he would get him down to like 45, maybe 40% if he had to go further. And then it would be his sadness time again, where he just gets to use spin, try and get a stun. But luckily, the game is kind. Ish.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
We'll see as we get later on.
So yeah, some more walking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
There's
one
gonna
is
be
all...
lots of that. Lots and lots of that.
Until we get skateboard, then we'll go a little bit faster.
Which you get at the end of the dungeon most of the time, where you don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
It's just, it helps when we do the revisits for certain quests.
the worst part is that it's still slower than like 2 stack wind steps array. It's like, man. All they needed to do was make Velvet. All they needed to do was make Velvet run 50% faster in this game, and it'd be so good.
Yeah, I'm hoping in the future they look at not having slow poop at speed on the field anymore. They could speed up all the speeds and just give back good holy bottles. That'd be great.
Yeah, do that. I like good holy bottles. I don't know why holy bottles have slowly gotten worse over time.
So more menus coming up.
Yep.
Upgrade more stuff, break down more stuff. See if there's anything to buy that might be good.
Pretty much just always buy or grow equipment here. Basically, you can't unequip weapons. You have to replace them. So we want to give him amber weapon.
Not anymore.
Oh, do you not do that anymore?
Nope. We just use it to gain daggers later to remove that.
I see.
So, as I mentioned earlier, Shin's done some rerouting. And it was not that long ago that he's done the rerouting. Like maybe I think it was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It was about like then.
Wait, no, it was during GDQ. Because I remember, because there's a guy there that's been like, he's been wanting to learn Berseria, and I was like, well, just wait, Shin's rerouting the game.
The routing was finished a few weeks ago, I believe. And then Shin took about a week to take his world record back after he finished it.
Yeah. Which was beaten
ago.
again, but I took it back again too.
Ooh, sounds like you have a good competitor now.
Yeah. Wonder for how long.
I think if you take it after the 3rd time is when they'll be like, okay, no, I'm done.
I don't think it's about how many times he takes it. I think it's about the fact that this game just gets more and more frustrating the lower your time is.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have to make no mistakes, and you have to get lucky. And then you have to have like a really good early game, and then the final fight control you. It's like, Like to get a quote unquote good time in this game is completely fine. It's completely acceptable, and it's really fun to do. And then to try and grind that time down is a life-hating experience. Wide open.
Wide open.
Well, good thing he didn't push the lizard out with his break soul.
Nah, wouldn't have mattered.
So we'll actually be using Isaac's break soul quite a bit because it also functions like velvets, and it can bring somebody up if they're laying down on the ground. Dang it, my throat.
It's really easy to combo from it as well. And it does decent damage.
It also applies, I believe, Dragon.
G-King, FFZ of follow was already done.
Yep,
already
long time ago.
Dang it, he undid it. He undid
you even broke
Dang
it.
Yeah.
Dude, I have
ruined it. Dang it, Ghost. You gotta type it back out.
You got called to my team, people.
Okay, cool, we got it. Taking out Fell. I need those emotes in my life, man.
I do have the Discord added to my channel.
Yeah.
But you don't have wide open, that's all that matters.
There is no escape though.
But it's not wide open. But anyway, so we do some more running around. This time just a giant fort. We have to open up. We have to pull 2 levers so we can open up a giant gate, of which we can't skip the cutscene. Because somebody thought that was a great idea. And then we'll have a really fun fight.
You're not allowed to have doors in Tales games, but
They're
or
banned.
skippable cutscenes.
Doors with skippable cutscenes are banned in Tales games.
It's like bridges as well. Every bridge
Diagonals,
has to have a
yeah.
conversation on it.
We can
Every
run in
single bridge.
diagonals, why not? Doesn't do much though. Oops. That's why I don't run the diagonals.
Damn. Despite being a Berseria runner, can't even run in diagonals in a slow game.
Those are tight, like, pathways.
And if only diagonal movement speed still worked in this game, it'd be a little bit more tolerable.
I tend to run in diagonals in games anyway.
Then again, the camera's so close in this game, it also kind of suck.
I mean, I can
put it
zoom
further
out,
away.
but I prefer it this way. But yeah,
You can zoom in.
kinda
as well.
don't want diagonal, although it would be nice, but then again, that would mean I'm the only keyboard runner. I have that leaderboard for myself.
If they could just make diagonal work on controller as well.
Well, maybe they could,
There's
yeah.
been plenty of games with controller diagonal movement glitch.
Don't worry, I'll just mod the game so she moves faster. Although, so I did
We
go
call
into
that
Shin's
cheating.
yeah.
Like when
So
Shin
I
did
went-
his
I went
practice.
into- yeah. So when Shin practiced this game, he opens up Cheat Engine and makes Velvet fly like a rocket, and it's just great to watch.
Yeah, it could
So
be.
a few of the load zones are not prepared for her just rocketing through them.
It could be a category that we could run for fun. That
Cheat
movement
percent.
speed walk percent.
Then it becomes a case of testing your limitations and how fast you can go, whilst also
Cranking up
being
the
able
limit.
to how fast you can go whilst also being able to control yourself.
Yeah, here's a fight, and it doesn't take that long, so we're not gonna talk about that. It's pretty much the same as anything we do right now, just kind of sustain the combo as much as you can.
Yep.
But now it's gonna we start doing something called soul dumping. So pretty much you can overload like enemies with souls if you just keep dropping souls on them. And so we'll be doing that quite a bit. Pretty much we'll make sure everybody in the party has a ability in which we can just trigger the soul break from away. Or soul well fucking whatever it is.
Break soul.
Dang it!
Also
Break soul.
And then
language.
it's not.
I know!
Man,
Most
I
basically
came too casual.
the soul icons above the enemy are the quote-unquote max. Basically, you only get all of the benefits from putting extra souls into the enemy for those, but then you can go above that, and all you gain from doing that is extra effect rate. But effect rate is the best thing in this game because it makes you stun really well and burns become more likely and stuff like that, so you just use souls above the maximum anyway.
So I've been
Especially
wondering.
on the final boss.
So since you're the one that found Soul Overflow, right?
It was me and Shin together, I guess?
So
Yeah,
when
something
did
like
y'all
that.
like figure this out?
Say what again?
When did y'all figure this out?
Relatively early?
I mean, like, or
Uh,
how? How did y'all figure it out?
Oh. We just sort of noticed over the course of runs where... when
Is
we
it
would
too
use,
long
like-
ago to remember?
when we would use like Eisen's Break Solon fights extra times, we would notice we would notice it quite significantly. It's not explained like this, Rakapel, actually.
Yeah,
It's
the basic mechanic of putting them up to full is explained, not that there is a more over it that you can do.
no, I think they do cover the soul pool as well, but they word it such that they word it as if it's your own soul pool that gives extra effect rate when it also applies to the enemy. where if you have more than your maximum amount of souls, you get a higher effect rate on the enemy. What they don't tell you is that if you put the enemy above their max amount of souls, that also happens.
So here's the first fight in which we get the Mystic Art. Unfortunately, it's also we have to do a tutorial for the Mystic Art, so Shin's gonna try to get a little bit of a combo going before he triggers it and get some more damage in.
Well, it's not really that the wording is poor even, the wording is just not complete. It tells you one, but doesn't tell you the other. One of them is easy to do, and the other one is absolutely not.
So, I mentioned it before, so Velvet's... A special thing about Velvet's Therian mode is the lower her health is, the more damage she does. So Shin will start purposely taking some hits. Oh yeah, that's not good.
It's fine. A few seconds
It's
lost.
fine.
Define fine.
We didn't die.
I mean, if you die in this game, it's kind of like...
Yeah, well, it's more like it
Oh,
wasn't
man.
too much time loss.
So now we get to do a lot of walking.
Not yet. We gotta do a tutorial first.
Oh yeah, we gotta do a tutorial about something we'll never use, but we'll permanently put that icon at the bottom of our screen for the rest of the run. And
we'll
then we
use
do
it.
a lot of walking.
We'll use it once, because the game forces us to. Look at those 4 soy sauce and 1 dried fish. Gonna be so handy.
Man, that's such good RNG. So, going through with the strategy, we're going to turn everybody pretty much off effectively, because all the AI does is get in your way in the speedrun, since all you really need is Velvet to combo indefinitely. Occasionally, we'll have a few of them help to apply a chain, but that's about it.
Nowadays, Shin manually commands the AI to do that. Rather, like before, we'd just turn only the art we want them to use on, and then we would macro them.
I
and
still
knock
do
defense
with
as and when.
Rockera. For
I
some
see.
reason, if you try to like hold guard and use hard with Rockera, he will do it in his position. He won't go to the boss for some reason. Only works with Maglu for now, I noticed.
It's probably a AI thing to do
Yeah.
with his breaks or like an oversight. But yeah, for the most part, he just tries to do them manually now because it's more consistent than
It's faster to
Magalu.
let less women.
he's a troll.
Also, skits, cutscenes in the middle of the bridges.
Yep. Every single bridge has a chat on it. Some of them multiple times. Like this one.
So I got a question for the both of you. So when y'all went through the game, your first playthrough, did you only use Velvet, or did you try to experiment with some of the other characters?
I used Velvet until I got bored of ruffle stomping the game. I played Eisen for a bit, and the game was still a tiny bit too easy, so I played Rover. And then it was a struggle.
I only used Velvet because this was also my first Tales game. Also was literally bad at it.
Yeah, it's sort of when you've played many Tales games, you realize that playing the main character often just gets boring compared to playing the others. So, like, if this was my first Tales game, I probably would have just played Velvet, but I've played so many Tales games at this point that I know that sometimes other characters are more fun. Like
races.
Race.
Everybody but one character is fun.
If you glitch all but one. If you don't glitch all but 2. I'd say Sophie and Sherry are both pretty dull about glitches. Sherry is fun with glitches though.
Cheers fun with glitches because you can get her to kill herself, and then it's like, oh, yeah, cool. She's done.
Alright.
So now we have to do 3 little side questy type things, 3 little missions for this old lady.
Who is definitely not a criminal at all. She's just a kind old lady that's down on her luck.
Yeah, we picked the second one first because after completing this one we get a movement speed increase item, which helps a little.
A little emphasis on the little.
Yeah.
10%.
But we'll take what we can get.
Yeah.
We will definitely take what we can get.
This will also be the first spot when the pixies start showing up.
Yep.
So we see how Shin decides to dodge them.
These ones are pretty easy since they teleport really far away from you. Like in front of you too.
They move pretty slow as well.
Yeah.
The spooky ones are the little hand boys. They teleport like smack bang in front of you, and you're like, wait, what? I thought that thing was gonna catch you, dude.
Almost.
He got to the wall just in time.
I think he ran out of the range to follow me since I'm very sure I didn't touch it like fully there.
Yeah, you didn't touch the wall. That was definitely range. Like, I was wondering why you weren't touching the wall.
Some jumping around.
At the speed of slow.
Can't go any faster.
I mean, you could.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
could,
legal.
but yeah, not
It wouldn't be a
legal.
valid speedrun anymore, but you could.
I mean, you can also just go around in all the extra movement speed items. It just would take a while longer to finish the run. Some of them have very, very silly criteria.
A good old tapping the objective button.
I'm mostly tapping because I don't have anything else better to do.
I know. I know that's why you do it. Still a thing that you're doing. Aizen's learning curve is pretty hard as well. You have to press the coercion button, you have to hold the break saw button. It's pretty hard.
So
really
difficult.
hard.
You just have to get used to hearing wide open and no escape all the time. Grace's F is a great game. Unless you speedrun it, then you're gonna slowly want to die inside.
Exactly, just don't speedrun. Unless you actually know the game inside out. And or are an activist.
I love every time, there's always once a year, Hidden will turn on Grace's, he'll start doing some practice of it, and then probably around halfway through he's like, oh yeah, this game's awful, and then just kills the stream. It's like, yep, that's about right.
Four Graces, man.
It's like a great speedrun, but at the same time a horrible speedrun.
It's a really good speedrun if you're like able to do it really well.
Yeah, but you cannot go into that game just expecting that you can start doing runs within a little while. Like, you have to dedicate some serious time to Graces.
Yeah, it is one of the steepest learning curves for any RPG speedrun I've ever seen, ever.
Yeah.
And I have seen lots and lots of them by now.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's not even a lot of runners over in the Japanese scene.
Yeah, and the Japanese version is not easy, but
Yeah,
easier.
It's the better version.
because you actually have equipment to use, and you have effectively
money.
infinite gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an effective way. That's a good way of playing that Ghost.
Yeah, that's pretty much how everybody puts it. Like, the fact that Grace's F is still my favorite Tales game, despite having an incredibly mediocre story, should tell you how good the combat is, though.
Yeah, I remember when this was even my first playthrough, there was a point I started skipping the story, because I was like, I don't care anymore, but I gotta keep playing this game. Like, this combat's just so good.
So with the first mission done, we move a tiny bit faster now, but you probably don't see it, because it's very gradual. Like, if you go straight from having 0 of the move speed items to having 3 of them, it's really easy to see the difference. But when you go from 0 to 1, and 1 to 2, 2 to 3, is like... oof. You just don't notice it at all. It is pretty significant, though. It probably saves like 15 seconds just in the other couple missions that we're doing here for this old lady.
Yeah.
Like,
when you spend enough time like practicing this run, learning and playing it, I know at least Shin and Fel can spot the difference pretty easily now. I can notice it slightly, but
I notice it kinda when what I notice it more when is when I like if I load a New Game Plus save. Because I'm used to going a certain speed in a certain area, like the going 30% faster in the beginning areas is like, it feels like you're going super fast. I'm like, what the heck? Like a cheat engine or something? And then I'm like, wait, nope, it's just New Game Plus. And then after a little while, you're like, man, 30% is still slow.
if only we could all have Symphonia speed, that would be great. Just the quite literal Sonic speed.
Well, you know, wind step.
Yeah. Honestly, I would love to see a movement comparison between Symphonia movement speed and wind step.
Symphonia is way faster, for sure.
It's silly speed, but the areas are also not as big, so that's why I was thinking maybe it seems fast, but the areas being so small might make it seem a lot faster.
The SD maps are pretty big when you think about it.
There's also a lot less maps though. Like, Symphonia feels like it. Like, Symphonia, I would say, is probably a larger game than Berseria in terms of how many areas there is, because it's just split by screens, so you feel the progress more.
It has a world map, which I still to this day am kind of iffy about their decision to go with effectively dungeon connections instead of having the world map now, but at the same time it works well, so...
It's fine when the teleport system is good.
Yeah.
Like in Xillia.
Honestly, when I went through Grace's, my first playthrough, I didn't even know about the teleport system for a while.
Oof.
Yeah, it made it a little bit more painful.
But yeah, like, Xillia's teleport system is really good, and then, like, Zesteria's is acceptable, and then this one's kind of bad.
Xillia's is a great abusable one. Even though there's a glitch new game run for Xillia in which the fast travel is actually abused quite a bit. That's a good run.
You can teleport anywhere without having been there before.
Pretty great. It speeds up that game a lot. I'm honestly surprised a lot more people don't run that one, because it takes out a lot of the walking. Because effectively you teleport behind the boss trigger, you run back to the boss trigger because all the flags are so mandatory in the game, you can't sequence flick break.
It's because it's a New Game Plus category.
Yeah.
If you could do that in New Game, I'm sure people would run it. Because it would be like, it's incredibly short. Like,
obviously we can find it, but I guess with you having a broken PlayStation 3 that makes it a lot harder since you're kind of the glitch guy for us.
I don't think it would happen. It would still count.
Also that...
I thought it crashed, but it was just you using an MA on this fight.
Also unfortunate that you didn't get on there. But that's a great use. You can see right there, just with the Mystic Art, how much that damage just skyrocketed with having the combo master on. Or is it comboist?
Combo artist.
So,
yeah.
For some godforsaken reason, this fight, if you MA during it, there's like a huge hang before the MA actually happens. It's like
they don't expect
you always
to have it.
Just before the Mystic Art actually starts happening, you always wonder if the game is crashed, and you're like, oh no, never mind, it's just this fight. We usually don't use it there anymore though, unless I guess it's a new route thing.
No, like if I get this car right away, I'll chain here to death. Yeah, but if I don't have the chain, then yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Just better to me.
Fair enough.
The ideal fight would be getting the ad stack at the start, killing them right away, and just discarding Eleanor right away too, while having the multipliers up.
Remember the warp point at the end of the sewers.
Oh, I don't forget
He's
that.
not gonna forget it.
It's just Fel forgets it.
He's not me. He's not gonna forget that.
Oh, I forgot that on a few of the practice runs that I did.
Getting lost and forgetting that thing is my shtick.
Shtick.
I'm surprised I never had issues getting lost in this one. It was always just forgetting the warp.
The only place I get lost is Titania.
Yeah, that's where
that's
I get
because
lost.
I just forget where I am in the plot. That's actually a really good way of describing this game, actually. This game makes you think you're good at it. It definitely does that. Because when you play Velvet, you feel invincible. Probably because you're invincible.
No rock gemstone this time.
And then if you try and do the speedrun without knowing what you're doing, you'll get destroyed by this game.
You'll have a bad time.
Very sad.
No, I'm not doing funny times in Berseria, sadly. Zesty's a meme, that's why I do it.
Yeah, in Berseria, it's a few extra menus to do it, and it's not extremely worth it. Though they have some great costumes in this game.
You could always run around as Aizen.
Yeah,
no.
There's that too.
Damn it. Yes, if you play somebody that's not Velvet, don't have Velvet in your party. Just don't.
Yeah, that AI is so bad. It's honestly, there's to some points that it amazes me that the Tales of games can turn out as fun as they are, but their AI quality still for the companions is just so low, such a low quality. I mean,
the AI in this game,
there was a problem that they just walk around and not do anything.
The AI in this game is great as long as you macro them to not attack, because they will dodge and block really, really well. They're just really bad at attacking.
Yeah, I remember in my first playthrough just watching Maggie Lou just walk around the boss. It's like you have spells you can cast. Please cast them. And it just keeps walking the circle. We'll walk up to him, then walk away. It's like, please do something.
At least they fixed that, the glitch, though.
Somewhat. They still kind of have the tendency they can start doing
yeah,
it.
But it doesn't originally happen, like, it was
9 times out of 10 anymore.
Originally it was they would AFK for the entire fight. Now it's they'll AFK for a couple cycles of their AI, and then they will fight again. Better AI is an incredibly hard thing to do, and an incredibly harder thing to do as a mod. So, as far as I know, there is no mods for better AI. It would be incredibly difficult to do.
Yeah, it's just it'll be something that comes with time. They'll figure it out. When? Who knows? But they will.
Are you sure?
Or they'll give up over everything.
I'm not 100% sure they will. The Tales games tend to go backwards a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like, there's Holy Bottle, there's move speed, and teleportation systems. They go backwards quite often.
Oh, I don't like that.
Hey, so here we go. So we have another element of the fight. It's fun. So the first part of the fight has, I believe it's half health criteria.
This can be good.
75, I believe.
So, and then the second part will actually be a actual fight. So we don't want to worry about Ian and Alex because they just come back.
I don't need this.
As you can tell in Shin Video, we don't really get a lot of items in this game.
That stun was so early, that screw really over. So.
Yeah. So we don't really like using recovery items is bad, and the fact that since we don't barely have any. So the Mystic Arts actually better to use right here, because now we have the ability to do switch arts. Oh, what happened?
Whatever, another mistake.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Man, Shin's doing his best to not get the world record.
He's only allowed one per marathon. He can only put us so far ahead of schedule.
So basically what Shin is supposed to do there is, instead of... basically there's three ways to do Switch Blast. You can switch whilst holding block, and you will switch in and do no attack, and you will just come in and be able to act straight away. You can do Switch Blast and Break Soul, and when you come in you will instantly do your Break Soul. And you can just input Switch Blast on its own, and each character has their own unique Switch Blast attack that they do. You're supposed to use that on Velvet here because it knocks down the ads around Eleanor.
So awful.
Often Eleanor herself, which sort of helps you crowd control them. Shin didn't do that, so the fight got out of hand. When you make a mistake in this game, in a fight, it gets out of hand really, really quickly, really heavily.
Especially if there's a lot of mobs in the fight.
It's very hard to recover a fight. Like, once it goes bad, you just lose a minute, or
yeah, I mean, it's also about right.
Depending on the fight, obviously. Like, some fights are easier to recover than others, and some of them are just straight up impossible, and it's faster to die and retry.
Yeah, we'll see later on. One of the main showings of this is a Shigure fight. If you do not do that well in the beginning, it is a very hard fight to recover. To a point that it's just you can't recover it.
The most noticeable one is the Moana fight.
Yeah.
Where if you don't get the combo to do like 95% of her health, you die and you retry, because it's an incredibly slow fight. An incredibly slow one when you don't do an incredibly long combo to do as much damage as possible. The worst part is that the opening to that fight is not 100% consistent, because sometimes she just doesn't cast the right spell. She usually casts the right spell at least once, but sometimes she just doesn't. So there's only one more fight for quite a long time that we don't have 5 or more party members for. And like 5 party members is basically the requirement to blow this game clean open because of the Switch Blast thing.
Don't you mean wide open?
Yes, wide open. Basically, whenever you switch a character in, they gain a soul, which is why for most of the game you will see Velvet start fights outside of the party. Because then she doesn't... But it costs a BG to switch out in the first place. So basically you spend 1 BG on a character and that switches out, and you gain a soul on the character that switches in. So Velvet's BG is important, so you don't want to spend hers. So you start with her out of the fight, but her souls are also important. So you switch her in, then switch out, and then switch her in again. You get to 5 souls very easily. And it's one of the only ways in which you can generate souls from thin air, effectively. Because usually souls as a system are sort of a transfer one. When you get a stun on an enemy, you don't just get a soul out of nowhere. The enemy loses one and you gain one. But with switching in and out and Mystic Hearts are the only ways to pull souls out of nothing. And switching is obviously the more consistent one, because Mystic Hearts require you to spend a lot of BG on it. We need that BG to one-shot bosses.
Oh, finally got some coffee. Oh, sweet nectar of the gods.
But best fight in the game is coming up here. All of the runners of this game, all of us, we just love doing this fight over and over again in practice. We kind of overdo it because it's fun to do. It's fun to execute the fight. It also has really good music to boot.
So this is coming up as a great fight. So it's both Aizen and Zavid are boys. He is returned. And Twitch TOS appropriate this time.
Yeah, this is the... As far as I know, it's the only fight like it in the game, where it's a 4v1v1 rather than a 4v2. But basically, the strat in this fight is very specific. We do a certain opener that guarantees the paralyze on Zavid here, which gives us an extra soul, which lets us combo for a little bit longer, which lets us one-shot him. And then we don't have the BG to Mystic Heart one-shot Aizen anymore, so we just have to fight him a little slower. And the way we do that is by getting Magalu to drop the A attack down debuff.
This could be really bad.
Gives us a very high chance to burn. I said a very high chance to burn.
Yeah, the combo actually had to drop.
I'm surprised you didn't realize that combo was just gonna drop. And you went for stun instead of just doing 2 burn arts to try and get the burn.
Well, that was pretty unlucky.
I mean, it still went pretty fast. But yeah, basically, the multipliers we use are... When an enemy is stunned, there is a 2x chance to inflict other status ailments on them. And if you inflict a stat debuff, like physical attack down, you have a 4x chance to inflict the ailment that is associated with that. And basically, the stat debuffs and buffs and the ailments are all tied to the element. So like the void element is physical attack and paralysis, and the fire element is art attack and burn. And by stacking lots of multipliers on top of each other, we get a 100% paralysis chance on Zavid. And then Magalu procs the A attack 1 on Aizen to increase our chance of burn, but we don't quite get to 100%. Because the only way we can inflict burn is with a hidden art, and hidden arts do not benefit from the hidden art bonus, which is extra effect rate. Makes me sad that we don't get to show off the eye burning room.
Yeah, Yeah, I just realized what you said. Yeah, I'm happy we don't get to see that. I don't want to be blind for the rest of the marathon.
No.
Yes.
You're a bad person.
No, you're the bad person for making people watch that, especially in last marathon.
No. I'm the best person. You're a bad person.
So, for people in chat that don't know, Fel, when he runs this game, like he does for all PC games he runs on the lowest quality settings. Well, in this game, low quality is quite low quality to the level it's almost a meme. The fight up ahead is a giant white room, and on low quality, it is just a giant mirror of white and reflecting light.
Basically, the shadows in this game are... I want to say really badly done, but that's technically the opposite. The shadows in this game are just really well done. The textures are badly done. So that when you play with no shadows at all, the game looks entirely different. And that room is just the most noticeable one because it is a giant white room of whiteness, for lack of a better word. You can't see the textures at all. You just see white and all the floor and the walls. Great.
Can you change quality settings in this game without restarting the game? I was about to say Shin could show it off.
Depends on the setting.
I don't know, really.
He's not gonna show it.
Yeah,
Shin's not gonna do that. Yeah, like this game's textures are only good when combined with the correct lighting, and then they gave you the option to turn the correct lighting off. So it makes the game look really different. Sometimes it looks better. Like the cave immediately after we fought Aizen way ages ago looks, in my opinion, way better without shadows on. But sometimes they just look way worse.
Yes, that is Velvet's hair. She has very long hair.
I mean, she was trapped in a cell on the ground
for 3 years.
For an extended period of time.
That's 3 years.
With no human contact.
I mean, she had a giant claw. You can't tell me those nails aren't super sharp. She could have cut it off. Especially she has a blade now.
I mean, you can. You get the fashion option for it straight away. The
go back to the
pre-time skip there. Yeah.
Nah, Luffy set probably made her take a bath.
Nah.
She takes at least one in the game.
Yeah, she takes one in the game.
She barely even swings the sword around in the speedrun. You basically don't use the sword much. You just kick stuff in the face.
I mean, we do. It's the burning Syrian Edge.
It's not just in the skits. You also get a talk about... Oh well, I guess you don't get a talk about bathing, but you get something similar in one of the in-rests, which I hope Shin is going to show off. Stupid sexy Rokuro.
Oh yeah, that one. Oh. Also, yeah, you can't win this fight. He doesn't take any damage. It's timer based.
This one is different from the werewolf one earlier though, in that you can actually damage him if your stats are high enough. I think you can technically damage him here, even with these stats, but there's just... Yeah, look, there it is. There's the one.
What?
You just... I mean, that's damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's timer, and I don't think you can't kill him, I believe, right?
No, you can't.
One hit at each point.
He's like the dragon in Berseria. He changes the question mark health when you get him below 1.
And now we're in cool place carrying Luffy because he's slowly dying in here. And Velvet's surprisingly still a good person at heart. After killing a lot of people.
Define good person.
She cares for people?
Define people.
Good point. The only human in the party right now is Maggie Lou, and nobody likes her.
Yeah, no enemies to dodge here, no chests to go out of the way to get or anything. Just carrying. And slow move speed.
And teleporters.
And teleporters.
Because what's a Tales of game without teleporters everywhere? Hey, I'm not saying that Maggie Lou's not a great character. I'm saying all the characters in the party hate Maggie Lou. Until like near the end. Then I guess it's more like they tolerate her?
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say. they don't exactly like Maggie Lou at the end.
Maggie Lou is human. Because Maggie Lou is one of the, she's one of the lore keepers. Oh yeah, people didn't know that. She's Maven's ancestor.
The thing with race in this game is you can tell what race they are by what arts they have access to. Namely, if you're a demon, you have access to martial and hidden arts, which is Velvet and Rokuro. If you're a Malak, you have access to hidden, or martial and
Malak arts.
Yeah, it's Malak arts in this game.
Yeah. And if you're a Malak, no, I forgot where I was. My point is, you can tell what they are by what arts they have. There we go. Got him.
Yeah. Maggie Lou is
Amazing.
super old. Yeah, Maggie Lou is super old. It's because she's one of the lore keepers.
Yeah. Just because she's
Yeah. All the lore keepers live super long.
better than human.
The pack they made.
Just because she's better than human doesn't mean she's not human.
So she's not. Oh no, she is immortal. She's not invincible. She can still die.
Yeah. They just don't die naturally.
Now, what happened to her between this game and Zestiria that she doesn't show up in Zestiria? Who knows? But maybe she mellowed out. That's a long shot, but who knows?
Or it's there's something. There's something. That's for sure. I don't know. I don't know enough plot in this game to talk about that.
Eleanor has Malak arts because she's I think it's because she's a shepherd. But no, she doesn't have Malak. She has martial and hidden, I thought.
No, she has Malak.
Oh, she does. Yeah, I guess it is because she's shepherd then.
But,
or whatever this game's equivalent of shepherd is. I forgot what they called them in this one. The shepherd was the title they gave Artorians near the end.
I want to say. Yeah, the only shepherd in this game is Artorius, right?
Yeah, there is no squires in this game. Squires not made yet.
Now the 1v1.
So like always, just try to get as many souls we can on her. And then just get a good combo going, hopefully a stun, and then...
Wow. We prepare the stun. We prepare the stun by doing a couple extra combos at the start.
It's not consistent though, since enemies start with random stun points. Yeah,
enemies start with a range of stun, and that range is dependent on which enemy it is. Eleanor's range is quite high. She can start with fairly low stun, and she can start with fairly high stun. There's nothing we can really do about it. We just have to predict what she has. There's no rule to it or anything. It's straight up just guesswork. It's mostly consistent though. Just not 100%. Pretty much always goes like that.
Yeah, so here all you actually have to do is go talk to Lafayette and then come back and you can end for the night.
Lots of people think you have to, or lots of people used to think you have to speak to Eleanor here to rest, but really there's just a trigger to sleep next to the wall. It saves the frames on movement.
So here comes a huge menu that should be doing this up. Oh, you got rid of the huge menu?
Not huge menu anymore, boys.
I mean, it's still a fairly huge menu. It's just not a ridiculously huge menu.
So pretty much we're gonna have Velvet effectively removed out of the starter party. That's because we're gonna be burst switching into. But yeah, we're gonna be switch blasting. I keep playing in Xenoblade Torna's terms because I played that game way too much. But we were gonna pretty much always be switch blasting her in from this point on. Also, the next fight coming up is a great fight. It's literally just called Human, and he is a troll, as you'll see here in a bit. So he has a very high resistance to stun.
Because he has one soul.
Yeah, he has exactly one soul.
Enemies are the worst. Not only do they have... They take 0.2 times stun and other status effects, but because they only have one soul, that means you can't steal a soul from them, because you can't go below one soul. So if you stun this enemy, he won't give you a soul. Unfortunately, we don't get to do the cool strat on this fight anymore, because the new route uses the bronze on Velvet instead of Aizen.
So yeah, what we used to do is pretty much get stun using Aizen.
Sick combo.
Then Mystic Girl off of Aizen and Luffy said, but now we just use Velvet. That was actually really well done too.
As far as I know, it pretty much always goes like that. It's similar to the old strat. The only reason it wasn't done before is because Velvet's BG. It basically, doing that fight with Velvet makes this fight slower. But that's just one of those sacrifices we have to make for Velvet to have a bronze weapon equipped. Because it means Aizen can't have the bronze weapon. Else we'd be down a lot of bronze.
Yeah, so here's another fun fight. Pretty much, we need Maggie Lou to get a chain on him, and then after that, a burn and then Sun proc, and he's pretty easy to bring down.
Yeah, this is one of the only times you will see Soul Burst intentionally. There's only like two other fights where, I guess there's 3. But 2 of them are back to 3 fights other than this where you're going to intentionally see the Soul Blast or Soul Burst. And basically most of the strats in this game are set up so that we can one-shot with one Mystic Art so that we can skip those entirely. But because this new route needs to use the Mystic Art with Velvet on the one soul guy, we have no choice but to build BG on that fight. And you can't build it quickly enough to Mystic Art him before he bursts.
Yeah.
But
this is the the closest thing you'll see to like comboing to death without like Mystic Art.
Yeah.
So for people that haven't played this game, don't know what Soul Burst is, it's pretty much the game's mechanic for trying to break out of long combos. So pretty much since as long as I know, for most Tales of games, they've always tried to figure out some way of trying to make a breakout mechanic for bosses. Like, there's one in Symphonia. It doesn't work in Symphonia, but they tried. But this one is Soul Burst, so usually when you get around about 50% HP, they'll do their Soul Burst and knock everybody kind of pretty much away from them.
It's aptly named because if you've played any of like the Arc System Works fighting games and stuff like that, they have a burst and it just breaks you out of combo, and it's just that basically. Yeah, unleashes a wave that knocks you back and it makes them invincible for it.
Yeah, they
different bosses have different thresholds at which they use them. Most bosses have 1 or 2 or 3, and then one boss within the speedrun has 4.
But it's usually a safe bet there is going to be one about the halfway mark.
Yeah, there's usually one at 50%. Basically, every boss has them.
Here's Rokuro versus Sugar Ray, but we just missed the card and ended.
So a little known fact about Rokuro's Break Soul: if you don't trigger the counter, it still has an effect. It increases the stun rate of your next art, if that art can stun, by a pretty sizable margin. And so by just blocking him for a bit, and then using Break Soul and using a high stun art, we can pretty much guarantee the stun. Which gives us another soul to do the Break Soul MA on him. And one-shot him, which is very convenient. It took me a long time. Oh, well, not a long time, but I spent more time than it was worth optimizing that. Because I like dumb fights.
You're very proud of that fight, aren't you?
Yeah, very. I love that. I was proud of the other one, but then Shin rerouted and it's gone. Feels bad.
One day Shin's gonna find something that's even better for that fight.
Nah.
I don't think you can get any better on the Shigure fight.
Yeah, Shigure fight is like as good as it gets.
See, we've said that in the past though about other.
No, it's actually like impossible to go any faster. I've tried all of the arts that Rokuro has at this point to make that go faster, and none of them are consistent except that one.
Bone Breaker, YOLO strats, Kipo.
I mean, yeah, like you could YOLO it, but that's not gonna work because by the time you get in range of him, he's gonna be using silence or whatever. He's gonna armor your art anyway, so you're not even gonna get any stun.
So you walk around that cutscene by hugging that crystal there, be able to get the spear for Eleanor. If you don't get it now, it's a long walk back to get it, and it's just not worth it, so you have to make sure to get it now. A lot of people actually miss that spear.
It's nothing too impressive, but it's a bronze scrap.
Yeah.
The reason it's nothing impressive, realistically, is because it's an Eleanor weapon.
Oh wait, it should be done, yeah.
Fair enough.
Like if it was a weapon for any other character with those stats, it would at least have some use in a casual playthrough or something. But Eleanor is just bad.
I remember the first route for this game that Burn made, Eleanor was highly used because of Maelstrom.
I mean, that's because casting spells is often just really good with the AI in Tales games. Yeah. So that's what Tales runners default to when they try to root a game. That's what I defaulted to when I rooted Heartsar, because it's really, really good. You just have one character slap away, and all of your other characters spam spells.
Yeah.
Strongest spells you have. It's the normal formula for Tales games.
How is the Heartsar route coming? What's done?
It's been done for a while. It's just I can't stream it, so no motivation to run it. It's more or less gone.
Yeah. Maybe buy you a PlayStation TV.
I have a PlayStation TV. I don't have a capture card that works anymore.
Oh, that's
it broke.
I thought it was just your PlayStation that broke. That broke it too.
There were two completely good instances.
Also, one thing about this fight, if you beat the commander, which is currently who Shin's focusing down, it actually drops the armor value for the rest of the people in the fight, so you can destroy them pretty easily.
Yeah, like these are the exorcists. The ads in this fight are the exorcists from Helovies, except we're insanely powerful now compared to what we were. The only thing is that this is an example of the power link mechanic where one enemy can buff other enemies if they have like some relation. There's one at the very end of the game between two bosses, which basically not requires, but it basically means almost every route ever will kill one boss over the other one first, because you want to get rid of the power link first, because it just makes it so much faster. Kill the second one, and he's not power linked anymore.
Time for puzzles.
Yay,
Fine
everybody loves puzzles.
Hitting a switch.
Hitting
Find
every
switch
switch that
spots.
gets in your way.
I love that
Yeah,
most
for
of the solutions in this game is punch it, light it on fire, and kick it. That's really it.
Solution to puzzles in this game is brute force it until it works,
Or burn it.
because like game's puzzles are, I hesitate to call them puzzles.
Yeah, they really dumbed it down this game. Honestly, the serious puzzles were pretty dumbed down as well. It's just you had 4 little elements that might trigger something.
This is a speedrun, yes.
No, it's a fast playthrough. Unless he's on world record pace, then it's a speedrun.
It's definitely not world record pace. He's made
yeah.
like 1,000 mistakes,
Yeah, I'm probably 2 minutes
Right.
behind right now.
if not more. There's been a lot.
You're making up for your being underestimated for Zestiria. Awesome.
Like there's been a lot of slop in this run so far, which is fine. I mean, it's Berseria. Any slight mistake can lead to very bad things. So you make a few of those slight mistakes, and you lose a lot of time all of a sudden.
So I guess this is more of a question for you, Fel, because I know, Shane, you haven't played it yet. But what is your take on Zillia's skill tree system? I personally didn't like it because I felt like it was a weird thing to add into a Tales game. I love
think it's
Zillia
fine, except it's too what's the word? Restrictive.
Yeah.
Like you compare it to like the sphere tree in Final Fantasy X, and it's like you just have no real options. Realistically, you kind of just take stuff, and like it doesn't really matter what you take. You just take stuff.
Also, his Shigure fight. He can troll you, like he did right there at the beginning, in which normally you switch blast in with Velvet and just kind of start the combo from there, and Shigure decided to super armor and just smack Velvet.
Oh wow, that's bad.
You're supposed to get super armored there. It's probably a strat.
Rip.
Yeah, but you don't want to use it just smack it.
No, you do.
Oh,
It's part of a strat.
unfortunately it broke out. So, yeah, Shigure's good, kind of breaking out and ruining it stuff, but...
It's not just this fight either. There's another fight with Shigure later where he tends to break out of a combo if you do it.
All in all, though,
badly.
he's not going as bad as it possibly could be. So like, I don't know. It went decent. It wasn't great. Like an ideal fight is you can either keep him stunned down, or you know, if he does get his super armor built up, he doesn't have enough time to get an attack off before you break it.
Well, again, like getting hit after you hit his counter is entirely intentional. It's just that even though Shin doesn't have the Floric Blade, you still do the Floric Blade strat because it's more consistent, because we have the Calcite Boots floor or focus buff, which is like the Floric buff, but for focus instead. Typically that fight, like, you have to get unlucky with the ads for it to go badly, usually. Where if they make you use Discord when you don't want to, or if they make you use Discord 4 times in a row, you're in a bit of trouble, because you have no souls left. You have no opportunity to stun. Is he going to show it?
Oh, he showed it barely.
Good. Good boy. Stupid, sexy Rokuro. So we're gonna stock up on teleportation bottles here. We've been doing that a few times, but
they're pretty important to get.
Yeah, if you find yourself without one when you're supposed to have one, disaster.
It's unfortunate that you don't get the bombless ones until so late into the game.
Yeah, you don't get the bottomless dungeon one until a late boss, and you don't get the bottomless town one until we don't visit any more town.
Yeah, I think, don't you get it in the final dungeon?
You do get it in the final dungeon, yes. When it's completely worthless to us.
Yeah, they should have put those a little bit sooner, to be completely honest.
Yeah, they definitely should have, but you know, I guess they wanted you to manage your bottles with Gal a bit more.
I don't know. Honestly, I feel like in this game, Gal was not an issue.
The problem with it is that if you find yourself like deep in a dungeon and you don't have a bottle for it, you can't just buy a bottle in the dungeon, right? You have to actually like buy them in advance, which is just, it's kind of frustrating to deal with, because it means you have to check your bottle situation every single time you go anywhere. Always have a few spare, just in case you need to use a few to get out of where you are. It's, I mean, at least there is a teleportation system, even if cutscenes can still get in the way of it. It could have been worse. It could force you to run out of the dungeon. Plenty of games do that.
Yeah, Berseria does. And that doesn't get annoying at all. So yeah, we're just going through a giant forest maze at this point, in which we have to turn on certain switches to turn off force fields so we can get through. There's not really a lot to talk about in this dungeon until the boss.
Yeah. Basically the same with most dungeons.
Yeah.
There's only one where it's even remotely possible to get lost, really. And it's even that one's not actually really complicated, it's just there's one part where if you don't do it right, you will have to go back quite far.
Viv would like to remind you that you promised to run.
No, I never promised such thing, dude. I don't own the game.
I'll buy it for you.
Well, if you
to
want
make
to,
to
go
make
ahead.
a dream a reality. Well, I'd probably do it because you haven't played the game, right?
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah, that would be why I would want to do it. Probably when Steam sale happens, though. It's like Tales of games always go on sale.
It might take a little while for it to
Yeah, for Berseria.
I think summer sale will go up.
I think its sales numbers are pretty high, so it'll probably stay that way for a little bit. My gripe with Berseria is not that the dungeons are long, that the dungeons are mindless. There's legitimately, like, no thinking to be done in a dungeon, except either dodging or fighting enemies. There's no...
I always start tunnel visioning when I do the dungeons of this game.
I autopilot everything in this game, except combat. And the problem is, sometimes it's hard to get out of autopilot, so I try to autopilot the combat as well after doing a dungeon on autopilot for 10 minutes. And then my fight goes wrong, because I autopiloted. It's, this is what I mean by this game. Because of the pacing of it, it can be really hard to maintain focus throughout the entire thing. Like, really, really hard to maintain focus throughout the entire thing.
Like, it's probably helping Shin a lot that we're sitting here talking to him the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, he can probably focus more than if he was commentating. Shin is not the greatest at doing those two things at the same time.
Hey, I did commentate my own Turbo Cold Steel 2 run in the marathon.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't do it at all. I'm just saying you focus better by quite a margin. I tend to focus better when I am
hosting for that one, or did I only host Cold Steel 1? I forgot.
I don't know.
I think it was just Cold Steel 1 that I hosted. But yeah, the other guy went to, so I just kind of did my own thing.
Man, that's a lot of Morgans here.
Yeah, that's... Wow, yeah, that's really bad spawns.
So Morgans in this dungeon is the only ones that can catch me with speed until I beat the boss of this dungeon.
And then we gotta get the 20% speed.
It's 30, I think, since each is 10%.
Wait, I forgot that you get the 21 earlier. I thought, for some reason, I thought the 31 was a little bit later in the game.
Yeah, it's like after beating Rhino Beetle here. Also, I forgot one thing.
The balls can technically also catch you, it's just they get stuck a lot of the time. Balls go zoom. Not mega zoom, but zoom.
Yeah, so as most of the fights, you want to get a burn proc, then get stuns, get a combo going well enough, and then Mystic Arms. Once again, this one also has a Soul Burst, and I believe it's around halfway as well.
It is at exactly 50%. Yeah.
But he's gonna die way before that.
Yep. And this is how much of the game is going to look. We're just gonna... Unless Shin messes up. We're just gonna do a long combo, we're gonna MA something, and it's gonna die.
And
There's
then
a couple
if it's not
exceptions
enough, we
to
might
that.
do another MA.
There's a couple exceptions to that. One because we can't proc chain on it, so we can't kill it with the MA, and one because it has too much HP, so we have to do it twice. And one more that I completely forgot about, which is the same situation as the second one, because I always think of them as one fight because they're back to back.
So one thing I always thought was silly about this story, so the main antagonists have to put these Therians in certain locations to like feed specific human emotions to some power, And for some reason, they pick animals to channel human emotions for certain areas. It's like that. That's not how it works, there, buddy.
See, that's more story than I know.
Yeah. Don't ask us. We don't know about the story much.
Yeah. Like,
I
wouldn't be
that's the
surprised
only big like plot hole I've
point.
ever had with this game. It's just like they use animals to feed emotions to a Nomadad. That doesn't make sense.
I mean, they're demons, right? So they just consume that emotion or something, I guess. I don't know. Plot.
It's a Tales of plot. It doesn't have to make sense.
I don't do plot and speedruns. I do plot or I do speedrun. There's almost no overlap. There's like, of all the games I've speedrun, I know like 1 or 2 of their plots, if even.
See, at least Xenoblade X is easy. I mean, you're stuck on a distant planet.
I don't know that game's plot either.
I mean, I just told you. You're stuck on a distant planet.
The only part I know of that game's plot is Doug. Doug and his prize.
It's in the Black Tar song. That's all you need to know.
So yeah, we just had to come back to this town because flower. That's about the extent of all I know. And now we go chase Aizen.
You have to get the plant to use to like cure some disease all the sailors got. And then it just happened to be, oh, there's a Therian here. Actually, a lot of this game is you happenstance on to like something important. It's like, oh, hey, I guess we'll deal with this while we're here.
Yeah, like I know we're chasing Aizen here because he leaves. And the only reason I know that is because I like to run around as Aizen.
Wow, amazing.
Like, no, whenever the game takes Aizen out of your party, I know most of them because I like to run around as Aizen. But there's a somewhat somewhat annoying boss fight coming up here. Well, I'd say boss fight. I hesitate to call it that.
It's a boss fight.
Where it's not such a bad one, but it's also not a great one. There's 3 different enemies, which is a disaster in this game, typically. When there's multiple enemies in a boss fight, it's usually not too bad. When there's 2 of them, like two big enemies, and then when there's 3 big enemies, suddenly it's a disaster. Most of the time. Because you just start to run out of resources by the end of the second one. So I got back to chat now. But we also grabbed the best female torso armor in basically the entire game, because it gives a hell of a lot of physical attack, which Velvet's invincible regardless of how much defense she has, so having a torso piece that gives offensive stats is incredibly useful. And even more so since we're speedrunning. Defense is for non-speedrunners. So you might recognize this area from the Zestiria speedrun. This is like the first area where it's super noticeable. If you know Zestiria.
The second area. We went through the first area already.
I mean,
the Exodus,
Empyrean's
the Exodus base
throne,
is, Artorias' throne from Zestiria.
but like this is the one that stood out to me more. Probably because Artorias' throne is like
I mean,
it feels very different.
Well, yeah, it's not broken up and hovering.
This is going.
Yeah, I won't say anything right now, just in case.
Oh, I love jinxing stuff, so jinxing stuff is a jam.
They're behaving pretty well.
Yeah, this is going, that's for sure. They didn't guard him at all in that entire first season, more or less. Like, if they had guarded Shin at all in that, he would have just lost all of his SC, basically. And it would just ended the combo right then and there.
Like, that went really well.
Yep, 57
seconds.
Yeah,
it could have gone better, but it went really, really basically, if like the first combo he had chain on like 2 of them, but one of them eventually broke out. If he had just comboed 2 of them the entire time, that would have been even better, but that's about as good as you can expect on average.
Yeah. The enemies that you don't have targeted drop out of combos more often.
Yeah, it's because of the hit stop, honestly.
Yeah.
Because enemies that you don't have targeted don't get affected by the hit stop, and it makes combos drop weirdly.
Also, here comes a cutscene.
On a bridge.
Yep. It's also silly that you actually have to go and trigger cutscenes on bridges so you can teleport.
Yeah.
You can't. Those are flags and they're important.
But yeah, as I say, that fight, if he had gotten guarded in the initial cluster truck, then it would have been a disaster. RNG. So that stupid horse on the right there, the only thing preventing us skipping that dialogue box. The text trigger is just barely large enough to clip you, but only because that horse is in the way. As you could get around it. Dumb.
That's why they put it there, obviously.
I doubt they thought it through well. They just slapped a text trigger on, or a cutscene trigger on that guy, and they're like, yeah, that'll... And the horse just happened to block it off. It messes up our menus for the rest of the game when we're trying to use the boat to travel. It's awful.
So that text box gives you one of the many, like, kind of island or arenas, which you go and fight like a specific type of monster.
Yeah, specific race.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I forget exactly which one that is. I think it's the armored one.
I thought it was reptile or birds.
I mean, we don't know, evidently.
Yeah.
It's one of them. Hey, actually got it. Shocker.
Yo, okay. So now we got floor plate strats. This is the last place you could possibly get it, correct?
Yeah. Well, you can get layer, but getting layer than that is not good.
There is one more place you can get it without losing time. Well, I mean, you lose time because you have to master it, but you don't lose time to get the blade. And that is, there is one enemy that can drop it when we return to Titania. Everything else, or every other way to get it, loses time. Always. I mean, we've already lost time to not having it, strictly speaking, but...
well, not really. We only start using Flare Blade this here.
It can be pretty noticeable on the dragons fight.
Well, I guess, but... I mean, the Shell
And
Shredder
obviously
is
Shigure.
quite pretty nice because of his high P attack as well. Like, if you wanna get it +3 Flare Blade before then you need to purchase additional flooring stuff.
So yeah, those are the stupid hand things I was talking about earlier, where they teleport like directly in front of you. They're much harder to dodge than like the fairies and the ghosts, in my opinion.
So first of all, Fid, if somebody wanted to get shit in Crisis F, you also have to give him a PlayStation 3. But also, here's the next boss. He is also a really good example of a small little mistake and kind of blow out portion pretty quickly. He's kind of like Sugar Ray at a little point. Not as super armor as often, but he can kind of pop up at really bad times. But
wow,
yeah, that worked pretty well.
a bit.
There's also a strange oversight with this boss.
That is
Where...
a number.
Yeah, there's also a strange oversight with this boss where in random encounters and stuff in this game, if you get bonus EXP based on the longest combo you did in the fight, but it only gets given to the person who does the last hit. It doesn't usually apply to bosses, but this one boss, it does for whatever reason.
Yeah, this
and
one.
This is important because if anybody gets, or if anybody else gets the EXP from that, the bonus EXP from that fight, you don't learn Velvet's second MA by the time you need it.
Really? I thought it was just Heaven's Claw.
I think it can affect the MA as well.
Oh.
It does affect Heaven's Claw, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
It might be if you don't get either this or Pandora Pot that you miss out on the MA. Like if you skip them both. But it's pretty simple to not do that. You just get the last hit with Velvet. Like, we turn the AI off, just don't turn them back on and don't miss the card chain or whatever. So fun fact about this little sequence where you run around and talk to people here. I did some testing on this, because me and Shin, for the longest time, we've done this in basically the complete opposite order from each other. And it takes the same amount of time either way. Like, despite it being so very different, it takes basically the exact same amount of time. Yeah, we take completely different paths through the town and everything, but it just somehow equalizes. Oh yeah, one thing to mention about inrests in this game is the plot will give you a bunch of inrests, and they're all lies, more or less. You don't... Basically, the inn in this game does restore your BG to full, which is why we've been taking it a couple times. The only thing is that you have to pay for the inn for it to do that. And the only time the plot forces you to pay for the inn is twice. And one of them we usually have all of our BGs still. And so a lot of the time you'll hear the inn rest sound, where the plot forces us to sleep at the inn. And then we will walk to the inn keeper and we will rest at the inn again to get the BG restore.
Yeah, it's very weird that they decide against giving an M-rest benefit on mandatory M-rest.
Yeah, like it's just silly. The stupidest thing about it is you do get full HP. It does restore your HP. It just doesn't restore your BG.
You know, that very important thing.
Yeah, like the only reason you ever really want the inn is to restore BG, because HP is a very easily accessible thing in this game.
Yeah.
Because cooking is a thing. We don't use it, but cooking is incredibly easy to have access to at all times, and it fully heals you. But
you don't even need
but
the
no.
cooking. Break soul is basically the way you heal up.
Oh yeah, but in casual you can cook at any time.
You can cook for the
and it
physical
will fully
area,
heal you.
yes.
Yeah, you just fight something and then just devour everything. There you go.
And so, like, a lot of people, when they first played this game, thought, why is there even inns if cooking fully heals you? What they didn't know is that it fully restores your BG. I didn't believe it did initially. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna test this. Because I was burned by Zestiria. Because in Zestiria, the same thing doesn't happen. Else we would be able to root much more effectively by just taking in rests to restore RBG instead of the stupid tutorial thing we have to do. But in this game, they fixed that. They gave you all your BG back.
I
The
hope
funny
it
part
stays.
is BG is a lot less important in this game overall. It's important to the speedrun, obviously, but in casual, BG is barely important in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope they keep that around in the future if they keep BG.
Yeah. Damn.
They're not going to, but I would hope so.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely not. There's no way.
No, it's gonna be a new title, the next one we get, and they're gonna do their normal thing of changing it completely. So we'll see what happens.
Even if we have, like, a high-value resource, like BG, inns won't restore it. There's no way. Zero chance of that happening. Like, it's Tales.
So, this is a question for the two of you. Do you all count Crestoria as the next mainline title, or just
Yes.
a mobile
I
game?
would. They've said it's a full Tales game. So yes.
Is it actually turn-based?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
dear.
It's just easier
I
to
mean,
make turn-based games on
It's
phones.
a mobile game. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
you don't want
Raze-
an action
Raze-
RPG on.
Raze wasn't turn-based. Raze was actual Tales combat. It was just 2D. Wait, no, it was 3D, I think. I don't know. I didn't play a lot of Raze.
It
I
was pretty,
didn't connect with it.
どうだ何か感じるか
I haven't had good
As far
luck
as
with
I
Tales
remember,
phone
Raze
games.
is fairly simplistic overall
Yeah.
compared to most Tales games. So I would sooner have a turn-based RPG as a Tales than a watered-down Tales system.
I mean, like, so going to the earlier comment that said that mobile game is the future, it's definitely a market that I don't blame people getting into, because it makes a lot of money. But I also
yeah.
prefer to still get my mainline Tales of games on computer.
Well, yeah.
And be
but-
an actual, what we're used to Tales of game.
It'll still be in the sense that, like, a lot of people are approaching Tales Crestoria with the fact they're like approaching it thinking, oh, it's a mobile game, so this and that. When the quote-unquote correct approach to think about it is, it's a Tales game, the platform it happens to be on just happens to be mobile. It's like, it being on mobile won't make it a better or worse game in and of itself. If it's a bad game, it was going to be a bad game anyway. Good game, it's a good game. That's sort of how I see it. Like, but I definitely consider it a full Tale.
Yeah, my big thing is just if it's gonna end up having gacha mechanics, because that I just
They've
don't like
said
dealing
it's
with them.
not.
Oh,
I'm
thank.
pretty sure they've said it's just a game. Like, it's like any other Tales game that you buy. It's just one of those, except it's a turn-based RPG instead of an action one because it's a mobile game.
I just thought it was weird when they were showing it off. It had Crest from Fantasia, and I'm like, that's Interesting.
It just happens to be on mobile.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the platform they chose. Because mobile is huge in Japan. I mean, it's huge everywhere, but
it's really big.
Particularly in Japan, it's being portable is very important.
It's honestly, at the end of the day, while I've seen already people in chat talking about and making fun of the Blizzard one, it's why Diablo's going on phone. It's over in the sea area, which is where most Blizzard games are really big. Like, that's going to make them a lot of money.
Oh yeah. At the end of the day, if making a mobile game will fund the next game faster, I don't know why people will complain.
People like complain about everything.
Well, yeah, I know that, but I mean, logic-wise. I know that people don't use logic. Pretty easy is an understatement. Who's just gonna die?
Anyways, yeah, we can go back to that topic.
It's upsetting that Shin doesn't let Rokuro do the thing though.
I don't use any AI here. Maybe one more Guild Spirit Beats to try to proc the debuff.
SMH. Time loss. Just high roll, dude.
Hey, he's just making up for yesterday. That's what's happening. He's intentionally doing this.
Yeah, right.
He's programmed the game to work a specific way.
I can't believe Shin tried so hard to throw the Zestiria run, and now he's trying to throw the Berseria.
Succeeding. No, he tried to throw Zesty, and he's trying not to throw Berseria.
Dude, what happened yesterday is, I don't know. It's been a while since I died on the last boss.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, actually, yeah. I guess you didn't die when I was watching. You almost died. You lived with like 100 HP. I forgot because I remember you got slapped. I just couldn't remember if you died. It's just like when I see people get slapped by armor held off, I assume they die.
I love that animation so much too. Just the giant backhand. Get out of here.
My prophecy came true though.
I blame you, Fel.
Got him. So yeah, this dungeon has a puzzle that I would consider the closest to being an actual puzzle in the entire game.
Honestly, I really enjoyed this dungeon when I went through it casually.
The only thing I didn't like is that when I was doing the dungeon, I wasn't sure whether I should make sure they're all on or make sure they're all off.
Oh, yeah.
That was my main gripe. I'm like, which one should I do?
Yeah, it took me a little while to figure out. It was the color gem is what mattered if it was on or off.
Alright. Luckily I picked the right one. I knew I was gonna have to either have them all on or all off. I was just like, which one should I do first? Hope it's the right one. I guessed right. But realistically that's what it was. It was a guess. But yeah, like this dungeon is actually designed well, for the most part. Compared to just about all the rest of them. Good to see that Shin didn't miss one.
Miss what? The puzzle?
Didn't miss one of the gems, yeah.
Oh.
You've probably done it before, like the rest of us.
Mostly the bridge one.
I think for me it was just casually. When I started learning everything, I think I doing some practice runs. I never missed it because I wasn't gonna actually like this dungeon. Alright, so here is what I would say is probably one of the top finicky bosses. So pretty much like that. So Shin was looking for, I think that's air thrust. No, not air thrust.
Wind lance.
Wind lance, right? So you will be at low HP because once again, Velvet does more damage at lower HP, and then get burn proc, and then hopefully get plenty of suns to get up to the combo. Once again, half health will be a soul burst, so you want to kill her before that, and should be plenty of damage. The magic number for this, I believe, is 43,000. You want to be over, and you're pretty much guaranteed.
There's no magic number anymore. You can see if you're gonna do too much damage before Soul Burst.
But yeah, the reason we actually want to drop to 1 HP in that fight is because the only good way we have to proc the weakness Apodus is by break boost. And it's really, really hard to get that thing to land, ever. And Wind Lance just happens to be the only consistent way to do it. Luckily, at the start of the fight, as long as you don't damage her too much, she will spam spells for 6 or 7 spells in a row. So you have 6 or 7 chances for her to cast Wind Lance. And she mostly only uses 2 spells, although she can use a third. In that 6 or 7 spells. And one of them is Wind Lance, one of them is one of the break spells. Fatiguing one, I guess, probably, or poison. And she can do Air Thrust, but it's pretty rare. But yeah, Apodus, it's just not a weakness we have easy access to right now. And Break Boost sucks. Frankly. It's very hard to combo into it. So the solution is to start your combo with it instead. Which is also very difficult to do. Yeah, that is the fight I spoke about earlier, where if something goes wrong on that fight, you just die and retry. That's not one you try and salvage if it goes wrong. You just accept that it went wrong, and you try again. And you save a lot of time doing so. Because that fighting fair in that fight takes you like 5 or 6 minutes, straight up. You can attempt the fight like 7 or 8 times and still do it faster. So now we have to come back here for stuff and reasons. It's just a matter of teleporting to town, picking up our reason to be here, leaving.
Time for
And
Titania.
we get on the boat to go to Titania.
Oh boy.
On a boat. So here is the one enemy that can drop the Floric Blade. It could also drop a weapon called the Amphibly Blade, which used to be in the route as another random weapon, but has since been cut out. Mostly for menuing speed. Got him.
Yeah, like Amphi was dropped because of menuing speed.
Yeah.
Most recent changes were to reduce menuing even more than it used to be.
Yeah. Like, realistically, the fights still go faster with the Amphi Blade, but it's not faster enough to justify the extra menuing time, and extra stuff that you have to pick up, and the fact that it's RNG Blade. Because a lot of the stuff in this game is approached with like we barely do enough, but we could also barely do enough by doing a bunch of other different stuff. Like we could, if we have weaker equipment, we could optimize our combo a tiny bit further in most cases. Or make the combo slightly longer and stuff like that. So much of this run's routing in the end just came down to trimming as much stuff as possible out of the route. Like to the extent where we grab basically nothing that we used to back in the day. The only thing that we will probably not ever drop is the Floric Blade. And that's because it's just super significant. It skips, having the Floric Blade lets you skip a lot of soul bursts that you just absolutely can't otherwise. You just don't do enough damage. Well, unless you get RNG burns, but that's not. RNG burns is bad plan.
The biggest thing about Floric, like, you still have enough damage for like most of the game without Floric, but the late game fights really require the Floric Blade if you want a one shot.
And like Floric strats where you drop to 1 HP tend to be the best ways to start, or the most consistent ways to start fights anyway. So it's just a bonus in the end. Like the Floric strats were originally made because of its namesake, the Floric Blade, but even if it wasn't a thing, we probably would have eventually switched to strats that look like Floric strats anyway. Just because opening fights with Velvet's break arts just tends to be the best thing you can do in basically every fight. There's only a couple exceptions where opening with a break art is really not necessary at all. Like the Ifreed fight, where the break art is just there because we want the 1 HP, the Floric buff. Things in this game just tend to line up really conveniently, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back. I just have to splash my guts onto my desk real. So the annoying thing about this fight is that he has a skill where he will regenerate a bunch of the damage you do to him unless you inflict a real status effect on him, aka not stun. And so this entire strat is made to get paralyzed, basically. And then we just do the standard thing where we do as much damage as we can that will still kill him, and then he dies.
Also, we don't proc chain because he's weak wide elemental, like, or no elemental, whatever you want to call it.
The thing about chain is it's not much better than an elemental weakness. Chain is significantly better than a racial weakness because being a racial weakness is 25% and an elemental weakness is 50%. Whereas chain is like between 1.25 and like as high as 2.25 depending on how many weaknesses you have to proc. Basically, if there is any elemental weakness at all, it's 1.5 plus 0.25 for every extra weakness on top. And if there's not an elemental weakness at all, then 0.25 lower. But yeah, like things that are already weak to our Mystic Arts elements, we just sometimes we need to chain because we don't do enough damage anyway. But on this occasion, he is actually relatively squishy, despite being a pile of armor on top of an armored horse.
Yeah,
it's also a ghost.
Unlike Berseria, he barely has armor rain this time around.
It helps that stats are also a lot easier to come by in this game.
Yeah, a lot easier.
You don't get a pittance for leveling up in this game. You actually get stats for leveling.
Well, time to fish.
Yep.
Yay.
Now that we've done all the silly plot stuff in Titania, one of many, we do one of the more interesting fights, I would say. First, there's a couple effectively random encounters on the way, which is nice because it lets us rebuild the BG we just spent on Dalahan.
There is an inn in Titania. I just don't think it's set up at that visit.
It is there. Yeah, it's on the opposite end. It's super far out of the way. We wouldn't go for it even if these random encounters went in. We'd just have a combo that built more BG on Pandora Pot. Or we'd just combo him slow. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to dip my throat. It's going really bad. Keep coughing. I don't want to accidentally cough really loudly into the mic, so managed to catch it so far. I don't have faith in me being able to do that. So good luck, Shin. I'll still be watching, obviously. But
Get well soon, bud.
see you soonish. Bye.
I miss him already. Yeah, so this is what's it, Magic Pod? Is that the actual name of it?
Pandora Pod.
Pandora Pod. Oh, he used to be a pretty nasty guy. Now, I mean, Shin's made a lot of strats to.
Yeah, me and Fel made this strat for this guy.
Yeah. Pretty much a lot of the bosses that were some type of major problems in the original route that Berlin made has been very softened up now with combo artists and understanding soul stacking and getting burn procs and stuns.
Yeah, when Bertin routed this game, he routed as like a Tales game. Oh yeah, Berseria is not played as like a Tales game at all.
Yeah, it's definitely more in line with a fighting game ideology to look at it. So yeah, so we're doing more little shenanigans around Titania, and then we're gonna finally get to go and do some more walking. So much more walking.
Now, before that, long menu.
Ooh, more menus, yay. Thankfully, since we've been in this place before, we can just bottle most of the walking. So yeah, we're gonna break up more equipment and obviously upgrade. Buy some more bottles because we want to fast travel as much as possible.
Just in case, hopefully. Do I have any amber?
So we want to, breaking down some more stuff.
This menu can be random depending on your amber drops. You might need to purchase some, sometimes you don't even need to. But yeah.
Amber's pretty much, it's the base level equipment, but it's used in, I think, almost every upgrade for the game except for some of the high-end weapons. I think Amber's not as required.
Yeah, we use the amber for the belt, like 50% break soul power is pretty neat. And it's pretty cheap too.
He probably gave Eleanor a halberd just because he wanted to break down her other weapon for parts. Like, Eleanor's not going to do damage.
Yeah, Eleanor's default weapon is a silver scrap weapon, and I need like 3 silver scraps to enhance my body to +2, which layer will be really needed to get my equipment to +15 total to get additional BG. Like, you get your first additional BG at 5 +5 equipment, and the next one is on +15. So that's like the easiest way to get +15 quickly in a speedrun.
So yeah, so now we're traveling a new, really big area that I believe this is supposed to be the first area that we unlock the spirit, whatever the skateboard's called.
Geotree,
Geoboard. Yeah. I think this is the first area in which we unlock it in. Of course, I think this one you really have to go out of your way to get to the Geotree.
No, it's actually on the way. It's like the tutorial for this.
Oh right, yeah. I know the worst one, from what I remember, was the one in Titania. That was just a horrible location for it.
For Titania, it's actually at the docks, so it's not bad. We grabbed it.
What am I thinking?
I don't know. Maybe you're thinking about something else.
I know the maze one for going to Teresa's fight wasn't a bad location.
Yeah, but it's still on the way because it's the switch you need to turn.
Yeah,
but it's pretty far into the dungeon.
I know there's one that I hated. I just can't remember it now for the life of me. The sewer one? That's it. You're right, Val. Thank you.
Yeah, the sewer one.
Yeah, that one was... There's a few of them. There's probably a few that I'm forgetting as well that are just in not great locations. But, yeah, the Geotree is just... It's such good movement. Phil told me the value a while back for where it travels at. I think it's like a wind step and like a half, maybe? I know it's greater than a wind step, but not good enough for 2. But that's also if you can control it well, because that thing does not handle that well.
Yeah, the worst part about Geoboard is like it's barely faster than actual movement, but also you cannot like control camera. It gets stuck the way you enter it. So if you look at the ground, you will see only the ground while riding the Geoboard until you stop. Also, whoops.
I just feel like that was definitely an oversight for the controls, but honestly, I can't see how. Oh, so there's a great example of fairies, everyone, of it just popping up right in front of you and you don't get a chance to escape. Thankfully, he got the escape tutorial, so nothing's gonna happen.
So we're going to Stonebar, even though here it says Stoneberry for some reason. Although the last time you check it before activating the checkpoint, it says Stoneberry. So yeah.
Yeah, just translations. So I forgot, is this area an area in Berseria?
I don't know actually.
Like I know there's a few areas that are like are supposed to be, this is a original place from Berseria. It just, you know, changes a lot when you go into when it's in Berseria.
Like the only places I know from Berseria that are in this area is like Logan, obviously, and the Warg Forest.
Yeah. Well, and the Artorias' throne.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. So there's Geotree. Now we can use Geoboards. I forget what the level difference has to be for it, but if you're a high enough level, when you ram into something, you just utterly destroy it instead of encountering it. Of course, we won't be really using that at all in the speed run because we'll never be that high enough level. Yeah, here's Magic Skateboard.
Magic Skateboard.
But hey, it actually has some of the really good skins in the game. I actually like a lot of them. No, hoverboards are cool. This isn't cool. So one of the nice things that I do like is for climbing transitions, they make the load zone so short, close to the ground. It's so nice. So here's a fun dragon. It's also not a. It's a. I forgot the word for it, but you only have to get the half health and the fight's over.
No health, it's just 10%.
Oh, okay.
Like you need to deal 9,000 health damage. Yeah, and now we're gonna do some more running for a bit because once again, all bridges have cutscene triggers on them before we can fast travel. Well, not this one. We just go grab the Geotree, and of course there is a trigger that's preventing us from teleporting.
Yeah, it's a very common thing around here. They'll put triggers that, and sometimes they'll put them in like right in front of the door that you have to like go through. So you have to run through the whole place to get to the door. It's like, now you can teleport. It's like, cool, thanks. Yeah, so that cutscene that he mashed through really quickly is the one that was blocking the fast travel.
Back to Titania.
Yay. Yeah, we go through the gate because the Geotree you want to get because we go through that area quite often for the rest of the run. But it's always faster than actually to teleport to the other road to enter in. It's a quicker walk to the boat.
So there's another thing about the Geotrees. I mean the Geoboard is here, like with the doors. If you like go in the middle or whatever and open it, you will lose momentum. But if you go in the corner, you will keep your momentum for some reason. So it's like a little speed tech.
Yeah, you can see prime example of how the handling's not the best trying to go through tight corridors like in Titania. As long as you like can stay in a straight line, you're good, but if you have to start turning and do big turns, it takes some getting used to. Because it turns a little weird. Yeah, once you get used to it, you can do the sharp corners like Shin's doing pretty easily.
I can't imagine doing this with a controller though. It's pretty easy with the mouse though.
It's not terrible on controller, but like yeah, some really tight turns when you're trying to readjust afterwards, you can just drive yourself straight into a wall.
That's rough tombstone.
If only we could figure out a way of clipping through those doors. So yeah, Titania is kind of hard to commentate through. There's kind of just boring.
He's just titanium.
It's a mistake that was added into this game. You have to revisit it way too often.
Yep. Oh yeah, the geotree in this area is also really badly placed that it's not worth grabbing it, even though we go through hell of these few times.
Oh yeah, this is the one I was thinking about, one of the town ones.
Yeah, it's like somewhere up there. I think you have to climb up to get it.
Yeah, you have to climb. You have to do the climb up and around, and yeah, it's just a pain. I think it's near one of the hidden chests. I think Titania would have been fine if they just like cut 2 of the visits out of the game.
Well, the last Titania visits at least aren't that long like the other ones.
Yeah.
Last one is still the best one. You go in and you get out right away.
Yeah. So that's what I was talking about with just driving through something destroys it immediately on the geo board if you're high enough level. So the nice thing is on brief visit areas we can just not ever have to worry about encounters. Yeah, so going through this dungeon, we're getting to the next boss, which is pretty much another reskin from Berseria, which we're going to be fighting Medusa. Thankfully, in this game, they made Petrify a lot better to manage. In Berseria, pretty much it was a KO, effectively. In this game, it's just a sass element. Oh, that's unfortunate ghost spawn.
Ghosts, man, invincible enemies, so great.
Yeah.
No shells. So this year tree is a bit out of the way, but it's still worth grabbing it.
Anything not to run around. Yeah, these enemy spawns have not been the best here.
Looks like a reload.
Oh yeah, that is unfortunate. So when you save and reload in this game, it respawns in enemies. So if you have a bad spawn like that one, you can just reload it and not have to worry too much. Lose, what is it, like, with your loads, 5 seconds?
Yeah,
4?
around like that.
So here's a Predator fight. Pretty much we want to go after the Predators first before going after their Mallets. But still, it's a 6-person fight, and as Bell put pretty well earlier, it's just multiple mob fights sometimes just don't go well. So far, this one's been pretty good. So ideally, it is like if you can get some stuns off of the stuff that comes up just trying to attack you, it's a lot easier to manage. Nice. And once again, since relevant, usually in Dairy mode, we don't really have to worry about stuff like spells being cast at her, stuff like that. Also, Rokuro's dead, as he always is in this run.
At least we can use his dead body.
Yep. Also, as you see, his burst start switch. So after this point, Velvet's gonna start having a lot of different swings that she does, and depending on, I think it's depending on the one that you hit with, your Mystic Art changes.
You mean break art?
I mean, yeah, break art. Yeah, using your break art, depending on which one you're.
Yeah.
What level?
It depends on the enemy slash like type. Like there are a lot of different break cards depending on the enemy type you hit. Like for example, this score is always gonna be human.
Oh no, I was talking about I was talking about your burst start or your break. Was it?
Oh yeah.
Break souls. There we go.
Yeah.
Your break soul. He has multiple break souls now. He has 2, and then he'll get a 3rd one.
Yeah, depending on the
Not
levels,
too far from now.
they get unlocked, which is a good and a bad thing sometimes.
Yeah, I forgot the name of it, but the upper claw slide isn't that bad, but the 3rd one he gets has a knockdown effect to it. And it's not, you never really want anything put into a knockdown state, which is, don't have to worry about right now, because Velvet's default break soul is you immediately set them back up all upright, as well as Aizen's does the same. But later on, when we can have the 3rd one just pop up, and Aizen might not be in the party, having a knockdown is very bad. So, find a few snakes before the Medusa fight. Because I don't know why they decided to throw this in here, really. It's not difficult.
So here we need at least more than 1.7 BG after this fight, which we got. So we can avoid doing an in rest for the next fight. But yeah, like the good part about that fight was Magula was close to me. Sometimes she will run away, and when you queue up the art, the golems can actually block her quite often, which will prevent from landing properly the spirit beads on Medusa. So that can be somewhat problematic when it comes to proccing the chain. Also, don't mesh when climbing up the ladders, otherwise we'll climb down here.
Can you hear me this time around? Ugh.
So we'll only grab the quartz boots from the shop. Really good amount of focus and physical attack gain. Also be grabbing a chest layer, or pretty soonish, an melee ring for the physical attack too. And that's basically is gonna be our end game here too for the rest of the run.
Is there any chests that you'll still open for
Yeah.
equipment to break down?
行って確かめるしかないだろうな。お前の故郷は
ずっと東へ。モルガナの森を抜けた先。
So here we're going back to Velvet's hometown because I believe they learned that there's a Therian here, and that was the lore reason.
They also learned that the town is like still have people living.
Oh yeah, after the events that pretty much the events that caused Velvet to turn who she was, like turned everybody into demons in the town as well. But now everybody's like, oh, everybody's fine and doing dandy. So like Velvet's like, nah, man, I hate everybody.
It's quite funny, like in this at the start when that village gets turned, you're kind of supposed to take an encounter because you get that escape tutorial. Because of that reason, you cannot really kill the demons there at that time of the game.
I do think it was funny when you go through the game and they're all, when you're in Velvet Sound, they're trying to figure out if it's an illusion. So the first thought that comes to Aizen and Morokuro's mind is, let's punch each other and see if it hurts.
I actually forgot about that.
It's so silly.
We are almost there for the next boss. Just need to grab one more chest. Technically, like this isn't really needed, but it definitely makes one of the fights more consistent by having the equipment enhanced.
この声は来いなんでニコがいるのよ
So this is another fight that originally was a big problem because it's like soul as it's doing right now. But now with what we figured out and learned with Soul Demon and how Velvet works, it's kind of just take the damage and then I believe you tried to go for a burn proc on it, but you got the chain right there and now just get
Yeah, the burn is somewhat required here.
I believe his stun chance is really high without the burn. There we go with the Mystic Card, and that should be plenty of damage as well.
Yeah, this is like the max damage combo you can do with the Floric buff. If you go a little, like one art longer there, you actually drop the buff. So it's literally the max damage short combo.
Also during the cutscene, it's like Velvet's like childhood friend shows up, and which is one of the first people she actually killed at the beginning of the game when she learned that like demons are just humans turned that way. And she's like, "How are you alive?" And then it's like pretty much they're acting like nothing happened. And Velvet just like left the city for some reason. And pretty much Velvet's having like an emotional breakdown at this point.
Yeah, we spent like, I think, few hours, I want to say from tier 4, I was streaming and was trying like different combinations and I was testing on stream. It was quite something during those days.
Yeah, honestly, your and Fel's theory crafting streams were like some great streams to watch. Of just trying to figure out a lot of the bosses. Then again, whenever Fel gets around to doing his theory crafting streams, they're really good. Like when he did Xeno X, the few times he'd stream those theory crafting ones, that was really fun to watch. So yeah, it's just for a little while it's gonna be plot until the next boss. Just a lot of running around hitting triggers. Velvet going insane.
Wait, what do you mean insane? She's now happy, Velvet.
Yeah, so she's insane. She's not screaming Discord anymore. Obviously, she's insane.
Oh, there. Okay. Went up there.
Oh, get stuck on the weird ledge.
So, we're back to the early game, hunting prickle bars once again.
But this time they're in the other woods.
Yeah, it's in the other ones.
Velvet is wife material if you want to get stabbed. So yeah, so now we kill prickle boars, but they're all at their original level. At level 1, so you can kind of just easily go through them. Now we're gonna quick save and quick load. This is so all the spots they spawn in are set spots. So once you get into one, you can just quick load in and get them.
Yeah, this is like the fastest way to respawn them.
It's so much better than trying to go through the forest.
Yeah, these fights also are used to get some BG for Velvet. Alright. Wow, that's a cheap one. Want to do an enhancing now? Just layer. Yeah, that's like the last time we purchased balls too. Okay, no ghosts in the middle here. The skeletons here are pretty deadly if you get them.
Yeah, we're soon going to be reaching the danger zone for encounters. So, you remember the Cerberus fight from Berseria? Well, he's back, and more manageable, I guess?
Yeah.
He effectively has the same attacks, just set more into the Berseria system.
But this dog is going down.
Yeah, he's a lot easier to manage. Especially when you have the second Mystic Art. With combo artists, the second Mystic Art just does insane damage. Yeah, Annihilating Crash is a very good Mystic Art with combo artists.
There is gonna be one Mystic Art chain at least in the speedrun. But yeah, chaining into AI Mystic Arts is not worth it because they don't have any gear prepared and they'll end up just doing potato damage. Also, animations take some time too.
Yeah, we want to stick with the shorter Mystic Arts if we can. Thankfully, unlike other Tales games, Mystic Arts in this game are actually, all in all, pretty short ones.
Yeah.
Like, Berseria and Berseria both decide the correct course of action to make them a lot shorter. At least the level 1.
This route used to be Mystic Art Chain Party, but not anymore.
I admit, like, part of me a little bit misses that because it was really cool to watch and be able to see all the Mystic Arts for a change as speedrun. But at the same time, yeah, it did make fights really long.
Yeah, so here we get the less enhancements for plus 15 gear and rest in the end. Now we have 6 max PG, which saves us some resources like arcane balls.
I actually really like this town. I wish they did more with it. It was a neat design.
Time for the best Titania trip.
the top tier trip.
Get in and get out. Except we'll have to do the walking somewhere else now.
So now we're going to the very fun Teresa and Oscar fights, which, once again, were one of those fights that were a huge issue in the original route, and even after the reroute with combo artists, they still were a little bit of an issue, because Teresa is just one heck of a boss, and Oscar is damaged in, like, super armor. He has super armor for days, effectively. I think this is also... I'm pretty sure while Teresa only has the one soul burst, Oscar has two, correct?
I'm not sure, but he definitely has one at least at 75%. I think he might have even 3 bursts.
I think his are at least 75 and 25. But yeah, this will be the first instance of the beginning of bosses starting to have more burst souls. I think that's right. Anyways.
Yeah, Teresa, for example, has like reduced stun duration, so like, you don't really get to MA like while doing a long animation art, so we have to do like get the stun on the spin. Also, like I don't know if this it's a coding error, but like enemies that have stun duration reduction also have like staggered timed reduction. Or it could be also the fact that Teresa is a floating enemy like the last boss in this game, which tends to not be able to combo for a long time, drops up pretty easily, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's same with the floating enemies in this game. But I wouldn't be shocked if stagger and stun are actually tied together.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, we have a cool strat now to...
Now, you used to have a hourglass strat, correct?
Yeah, but it's no hourglass strat.
Yeah.
We actually now use live sets level 2 break soul quite often.
Oh.
Which,
yeah, I remember watching, right.
Yeah, which does increase staggered time duration, helps a lot. It's not like that long, but it's long enough for us to finish our combo.
Yeah, it's another force field puzzle, which isn't too bad. Your first playthrough you might get a little, like, confused with them, but after you know what to do, it's pretty easy to get through it.
Yeah, you can go on autopilot here.
Just remember to kick that. You still need to remember to kick that wall down.
I know. Only fella has forgotten that stuff.
I think you forgot a few times when you first.
No, I never forgot to kick the wall. I have forgotten other things, but not the wall.
I remember in my notes I put in all caps, kick the wall. But we're actually also getting to where I stopped at and when I was learning. I think Oscar and Teresa were where I stopped at. Yeah, right now, Teresa's like traveling with you, so you get a lot of cutscenes with her talking to Laufeyset, because she pretty much had him like enslaved for a while. And Laufeyset's pretty much just like telling her to go heck off. And then Teresa's wondering why everybody's traveling with and putting up with Velvet.
Yeah, apparently we're gonna use Teresa as a bait. Expect it's gonna
we're...
be us that's gonna get baited.
Yeah. Originally, you're supposed to use her as bait to bait out, I believe, Oscar, because she doesn't like what's like the Abby's doing to Oscar.
Yeah.
But instead, we find the Therian here, which we were gonna free anyways. And then Teresa merges with the Therian to try to force us to not fight Oscar, because whatever like new ability Oscar has is gonna kill him if he uses it. Which, hint, it's Armatization. This is where it began, people.
Yep. Actually, in this game, when the armor is good, but we cannot use it, only Oscar can. Unless you actually cheat engine the model, like switch the model stuff.
Yeah, they did. They made it so much better, too.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing. Like, his boss fight's actually really scary because of how much damage he can do, even like in a casual playthrough.
Like, if he gets, like, for example, a Mystic card off, that has, like, huge AoE range. Like, you can wipe your whole party if they're, like, stacked together.
Yeah, I think it started like in this game with Armatization. Instead of how it is in Zestiria, that's two people working together, it was something like the humans were forcing the Maliks into it, and that's why it was so deadly for them to do it. Because you actually get a cutscene, a side quest when you go to the Artorias' throne the second time, that you find two Maliks grabbing a bunch of the sacred weapons, being like, pretty much saying that it's like they think there's a way of harnessing it better that would be more beneficial to human and Malik kind. Yeah, so here we go, so we have Therian Teresa, who, as Shin said earlier, can be quite a hard boss since she's a forward and can break out combos. But with new strats, with Laufey, increasing the stagger rate, it makes it a lot better. So level 2 is when you see the red flames on the bottom. And that should be good enough. It says, Annihilating Crash is really good. Oh, I just noticed that his name's Failed Oscar.
Oh,
that's
shit.
Sad.
Hopefully this works out still.
So, tell me to use Arcane Ball there to speed the from. Got the stagger increase.
Okay, that's still
Hopefully
fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I was supposed to use Lifestead's Break Soul during the after the second Discord hit there, because it actually makes the Discord land properly. But yeah, this also works.
Actually, Teresa wasn't doing her job as the exorcist. She got kicked out, and then she joined everybody because she didn't want Oscar to die, and then did a very poor job of protecting Oscar. That's what happened.
Back to Titania.
We love this place.
Uh-oh.
So here is the first of the common troops being armed with and it's saying like, I forgot in the story exactly what happens, but effectively they're kind of like almost dead inside after doing it. They're just pretty much blindly taking Artorias' orders at this point. Like it is a fatal merging effectively for the lower masses. Because these are all experiments pretty much for Artorias to be able to merge with a Nominat and survive, of course. Because he himself can't die. That compete against his morals.
So this is like the Vars room, like in this dungeon, and we'll be visiting it a few times forward and back. Like this dungeon has invincible elephant heads, which are pretty wide, and there isn't really any place in this prison.
Yeah, there might be a few save and quits. Oh yeah, also at some point we saved the Emperor's son. There's that as well.
Yeah.
I completely forgot that we did that, but we saved his son because he wanted to save his precious bird. And that's literally what happened. Oh, his bird's also a theory. There is that.
Oh my god, these guys just love to run around.
It's hard. So you saw the level 3 break soul there a second ago. Pretty much she just shoves her hand into him, pushes them away.
Yeah, Hell's Claw is like good DPS wise when you land on stun. The worst part is it still has clock down, which is like not really great.
Yeah. Yeah, if they're like in a stun state, or I think there's something else that there's a few states they can be in, animation states, that if you do it you won't knock them down like immediately, so it gives you a little bit of time to recover from it. But most of the time, if you see it go off, you're gonna see them get knocked down, and hopefully Shin can just immediately do another break soul and pop him right back up, or have Aizen break soul him if he's there. So here's how unwinnable fight against a Nominat. So I think it's just timer based, so you can just stick around for a little while. He's also the same as Artorias earlier. If you get him down to 1 HP, his HP just turns to question marks instead.
Okay, now Well definitely lost her stuff, mine.
Yeah, so we're back into the fun place. But it's actually the Earth Pulse, which is like the life essence, effectively, of the world. And you learn that pretty much every place that had a Therian in it, including where Velvet was imprisoned, was like a major spot of the Earth Pulse. So they decided to use it to escape. So yeah, that's what's happening now. So now it actually has like enemies spawned in and everything. Also, Velvet's going insane again, but this time in the opposite direction. Instead of being a normal person, now she's just like an extreme version of Velvet.
Well, yeah. There's more walking.
Yeah, the walking takes a little while this time. I don't think calling it Super Mad Velvet gives it justice. Like, she's in a league of her own with how depressed, angry she is. Is there a word for being depressed and angry at the same time?
No idea.
I mean, Sean, you effectively are the villains in this game. Like, you don't do good things in this game at all.
But we still saved the world.
Yeah, you saved the world from somebody that's also not doing good things. But for very selfish reasons that you just don't like the guy. Like, you're not doing it really to save the world. You're doing it because I don't like this person, so... I guess the others are doing it to save the world, but Velvet doesn't care about saving the world. To angry, yeah, I like that kind of. I mean, yeah, Artorias is a very bad person too. Just Velvet also justifies murdering a bunch of people, so that's why she's not ever gonna be a good person. Yeah, there's a reason they start calling her the Lord of Calamity.
Oh, this is like the last big area before the boss.
Yeah, the boss is something special. Definitely a creative idea for a boss. I do think it's so weird. It's like this whole story, this whole area pretty much leads up to Velvet having this huge emotional breakdown. And then at the end of it, it's just kind of like a snap of fingers. Okay, I'm cured. It's like, what?
Anime, dude. Anime.
Yeah. It was like this. It was really. It's really emotional. Her going through the breakdown, and then it's just kind of like, okay, I'm here, cool. My sister helped. Now I can go back to further recount its innocence again and feel no remorse. Yeah, so here is I think it's Chimera's actual name.
Yeah, it's Chimera.
Yeah, Wall Barrage used to be a horrible, horrible thing for the run to deal with. And once again, once we figured out combo artists and Soul Dude, Overflow, whatever. It's not really that bad anymore. It has a pretty high stun, burn rate. The stun rate's not horrible, and then, you know, annihilating crash.
Yeah, you don't need even the chain. The Mystic Car hits the weaknesses.
And now we got Melchior. There we go. That's how you pronounce it. And he's not horrible. I mean, the only thing that's a little off about the fight is A, you have to use Arcana Bauble, and B, he has a system pretty much always casting spells. So that's just kind of... It can be annoying, it can break... Sometimes you can get a combo broke because of it, but normally this just happens. You very, very much overhit it.
Yeah.
Also, this area would be familiar to the people that actually did the DX dungeon in Berseria. It's pretty much, if I remember right, effectively Melchior made a pocket dimension so he could do tests for the Exodus here.
Yeah, the number one Malik, you can kill him really quickly, but we don't really tend to do that. We kind of want to farm some PG for the next fight. But yeah, the reason why the damage was high on Melchior is because I applied the defense down debuff with Shadow Flow. Like the
also for... Oh, sorry, go.
Mystic Art damage is dependent on the lowest defense stat the enemy has. So, yeah.
Also, for those curious, Melchior is kind of the one that actually pulled like all the strings from behind the scenes and not be a final boss for a change. He's also a lore keeper, and I know he's related to Magnilu. I don't remember how. I think it's effectively adopted father or something.
Yeah, like... I don't think she was adopted. I think she still had her parents at that time while Melchior was teaching her. Maybe I'm wrong.
Or it could be like surrogate father. I know she looked at him as a father at some point. Before she broke her heart. Yeah, they're both also lore keepers, and they've been around for... They never really state how long, just they've been around for a while.
To turn off all these arts.
And I think it was he betrayed her. She tried to do the same experiment he did, that he like effectively killed all of his emotions. But hers backfired extremely, and she just doesn't care anymore, and she became and just decided to start doing her own thing instead of what they were doing. Also, this is where you start learning that dragons are just really corrupted Maliks.
Yeah, and they can't be like purified at all.
Yeah, you have to kill. Like, you pretty much have to kill dragons.
Unless you watch Zesty anime, Kipo.
Do they really do that? I never watched it.
Well, it's... I don't know, you can say that, but, you know, it doesn't require killing, at least.
Yeah.
it's a different outcome.
Yeah, so everybody remembers Hexen Island, and well, it's not super depressing right now. That's nice. Oh, and here's the dragon. So very much a Nomad shows up and hits, was it Malik #1 with so much malevolence it turns him into a dragon. Also, you might think, oh, this looks a little familiar. Once again, for the people that did the EX dungeon for Berseria, this dragon right here is the dragon, the zombie dragon you find in the EX dungeon. And also, it's a very annoying fight because it's super armor. It has 2 phases. I forgot what the first phase triggers at. The 4th HP?
Okay, this is kill.
Oh, nice. Hourglass stroke. And here's second phase. It's pretty much the exact same thing over again. Yeah, so I'll just get his and PG up. Probably do the combos for a little bit and then get the grand old finish that we all know and love.
Alright. So for this fight, if Rokar doesn't apply debuff for both phases, you don't get like the kill and the like push phase on the second fight. Which luckily he did apply the debuff for both ones. Yeah, with this gear setup, it kind of requires for us to do real long combo on Hellkite phase 1 to kill him. That's why we use the Hourglass, since Hellkite will likely drop out of the combo around 40 hit mark. Also, grabbing this Zero Tree is the same around the same time as you would not grab it, so yeah. Back to Lionel Island. Have some business here. How come we start talking about Cold Steel now in chat?
Man, they've been on like a weird topic. They were on Cage for a while. They were talking about somehow got on the Fallout for some reason. I don't know anymore with chat. I don't follow it unless I see something that's like about a Tales of game. Though it's nice that chat's having its own conversation. No, I will give so shout outs to chat for being like super calm this whole marathon so far. You guys have been awesome. I hope somebody just mentioned Laura as their waifu, so I feel like I am obliged to tell you that at this point.
Oh no.
That you love Laura so much.
Yes, I do, but please don't start waifu wars now.
Oh, dude, we had Waifu Wars 3 hours into the marathon. And then we've had it, like, every game's had their own version of it. There's funny Tales of for Fallout games. It's called Tales of New Vegas. I think we've honestly had more waifu wars this year than last year, though. But that I didn't watch the chat super heavily last year. Because usually when I'm hosting the marathon, if I'm not commentating, I pick a game out of my backlog and just play through it non-stop. And last year it was Horizon Zero Dawn. That was fun. Oh yeah, also, we had I should say. Oh wait, it's not that. So there was a good example of Soul Burst, if you haven't seen one yet. There's like one other hack that happened.
So if we get the burn, we can just do double spin into Hell's Claw.
Yes, Hell's Claw is really good damage outside of doing something like a Mystic Art.
Yeah, Hell's Claw loops is a thing.
Yeah, you're gonna be seeing that a lot during the final boss.
Oh yeah, also Logos Geotree is in the Sanctuary, so it's, yeah, out of the way quite a bit too. I'll set up a combo for the Angels.
オータも見事に沈静化しとるの。
全部カノ主の力か。全く大した神様だな。オータの中にコーナが。違う。こいつは精霊よ。絶衝撃逃しはしない。ジェットブリザード。ここだ。食らいつく。ここだ。貫け。呪い逃しはしない。ジェットブリザード。ここだ。やれやれね。
Back to the sewers.
Yay, the place that I hate. Did you remember the warp point?
Yeah, I did. The Geotree is like, you need a switch for that ward to go down, to grab it. So it's definitely slower. Like we won't be walking too much in the sewers either way.
Yeah, I don't like that the warp point is in such a weird place, but better than trying to go get the Geotree. At least the exit's close to the warp point.
Yep.
Not like the entrance.
That's why it's not worth grabbing the Geotree at all.
上はまるで正義の味方みたいね。今突っ込もうと思ったのに。魔王演劇だ。そこだ。食らいつく。そこだ。貫け。そこだ。切り裂く。呪い。そこだ。貫け。
Yeah, so Angel fights are pretty straightforward. We pretty much hit a point in which Velvet is very much an unkillable, stopping, like, non-stop damage machine. As you can see there, like, she can take hits now and not even, like, get staggered by them that much.
Yeah, that was actually a really good fight.
Yeah. So this is pretty much gonna be the gist of the game at this point. It's just the worst thing that's gonna be possible is during the final boss if them is just breaking out because they float, so they have a very low stagger time.
Yeah, the only way we can actually combat a last boss is by getting a burn.
Yeah, it's like you either get the burn and suns and it goes well, or it's just an improv mess of a fight.
Yeah, you keep fishing and fishing for it.
You'll get it eventually, it's just eventually.
Yeah.
And eventually it can be dragged out by both of them. Like, the first phase of it isn't too hard. But yeah, the second phase, that's where all the problems happen.
Yeah, the first phase still can be random. Like,
Yeah.
2 enemies, like, is still problematic sometimes.
Yeah, it's 2 enemies that hit hard enough to be able to knock Velvet out of her attacks. It's just usually, with the fights, one of them will start targeting the other NPCs, letting you just go to town on whoever you're targeting. So how do you feel about this area of the game, just by the way?
I like snow, but I don't know. I guess it's good looking, cool, but yeah, that mostly is because I like snow.
任せればいいがどうするんだ？火山への道は町の一番奥みたいね。
I really like the area, but it's one of those things again. I feel like they made those field sections just a tiny bit too long. They could have been a little bit smaller of areas. Also, this fight is literally the guy that was the doorman was so miserable he turned into a demon. That's literally the gist of that fight.
Yep. I got the music glitch. This is not supposed to play. Oh. Almost there, buddy.
Honestly, when he ultra course, I thought he had you, and then he hit his limit. It was like, oh, you tried.
So yeah, centipedes in this dungeon are super damn fast. So if someone notices us, we pretty much have to hug the wall.
So coming up is the last Shigure fight, which pretty much he'll function exactly the same as the first time. He has a lot of super armor, and he'll just break out of stuff randomly if he feels like it. But thankfully this time, just in case he does miss a card, his Mystic card is worthless because Rokuro just counters it and makes it not do anything.
Yeah, you have Rokuro on the field and alive, of course. He counters Shigure's Mystic card. I think that also counts for the Mystic card achievement, that you have to see the counter and the actual Mystic card.
Yes, I think so. I actually do really like Rokuro's third Mystic card in this game. It's really cool.
Oh! Man, his third Mystic card looks like he's like sliding around.
He's sliding around at the speed of sound.
Yeah, it looks so weird the way he's sliding though, I don't know.
He has places to go and he has to kill his brother to avenge his mother.
But
like honestly, like Rokuro is just low-key Velvet.
The thing is, he gets his level 3 Mystic card after he kills his brother, so...
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's level 3 Mystic card is up in the final dungeon.
Yep.
So I think we can all agree the best Mystic card in this game is Aizen and Rokuro's Mystic card together. Where it's still just a competition to them.
I don't really remember that one too well, like any dual Mystic cards to be honest.
I think that was the only one that I really liked.
The only one
I still think it was weird that they gave... It's like, well, obviously we'll do Rokuro and Aizen together, then Velvet and Laufeyset, and then they're like, wait, now we're stuck with Eleanor and Magilu together. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for me, like, it's more like level 3 Magilu, because it hits 50 times. With the combo art style, it's really insane damage. And Aizen level 3 for kicking memes.
So we're running up to fight Melchior again, but he'll be armatized this time. And what I wish the water armatization was. This is pretty cool looking.
Well, first Shigure, then Melchior.
Oh yeah, Shigure, right. For some reason I thought you already fought him. Like,
down.
This is how quick the bosses register in my mind. Because for some reason I thought you fought him, like, you go the the white part of the dungeon, you fight him, and then you have the active like volcano. No, you have a stretch of the active volcano first. So this is a really cool active volcano. Hey, Sugar Ray 3. See how it goes. So once again, you know, just duping souls as his condition at this point. Showing up the combo. Ooh, nice and then hoping to get a burn proc. We'll see if we actually get
or get a debuff with the Shadow Flow.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you don't get neither of them, then you do a really long combo.
He also, his soul burst is, I'm pretty sure it's 75, 50, 25. Because pretty much effectively he soul bursts and then immediately Mystic Guards.
I don't really remember those too well. Like, if you fail like to kill someone with Mystic Guard, you don't really count the soul burst they do. They did happen like right away.
Yeah. Yeah, if I remember right, he's like one of the only bosses that he will Mystic Guard right after a soul burst.
Art usage, you haven't really missed. We're basically still using from early game Gouging Spin, Harsh Tribunal, Searing Edge, and Shadow Flow that we get later. Like a bit. Like like starting martial arts are really good.
Yeah. Like, Velvet gets some other ones that are also pretty good, but when it comes to, like, just those starting four, they're just so good. Also, the geometry spot here is like, I forget if it's the last screen or the screen before it, but yeah, it's just doesn't really help too much.
It does help a little, but it's not out of the way. It's on the way a bit. Have to go a little way out, but yeah, just a few steps.
Yeah, it's not until like near the end, which, man, I wish it was earlier. Every time I see people say Zarwaru, I just immediately think of the Sonic SA2V bad dubbing. That was such a good video. Yeah, now we get the skateboards all the way up to the end now.
Yeah, up to the hill.
Where we're gonna push him off. Or we're
ram
gonna make
into,
him
ram into Melchior.
Just the solution. He's just saying there, it's like, I'm gonna hit him. Wait, what? No, I'm gonna hit him. Yeah, but here's this cool water organization, which was the actual one. Yeah, he kind of has the same thing as Shigure. He can kind of just break out stuff. He doesn't have a long stun and dagger animation either. But once you get going, like, it's not too bad.
Wait, what? This... How come my shell flow didn't go out? This is not good. You can try, I guess. Won't have enough damage this way.
Yeah, so he does have a soul for a set.
Well, I guess we get to see some mystic cards.
Yay, Mystic Arcade! Yeah, unfortunately combo art only applies to Velvet, not anybody else in the party, so if it did, he would be more than dead, but unfortunately not.
It's fine, we didn't lose too much time. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, for some reason...
This is effective... Yeah, sorry.
For some reason, wrong art came out. I was supposed to start with shell flow, but this fight can go way worse than that, believe me. Melchior is one of the hardest fights to be able to recover if you mess up the combo. Poor Dial, he never gets to grow his tail back. So remember ends? Yeah, this one exists. It's a thing. Dial is best waifu. He's the real unsung hero of the team, to be honest. He's always there supporting you, keeping the kids alive. Alright, time for the last dungeon. The longest fucking sim in the run.
Y'all ready for good music, but an okay final dungeon? Because here we go. It's another classic example that, like, Tales of Games just has the bad tradition of making the final dungeons just a little bit too long. Or way too long in the case of Symphonias. I think Symphonias is way too long for what it is. Like, Vesperia is just right. It's just it sucks once you get to the end of it. You have to do it all again going down the opposite direction to get to the extra stuff. Yay, let's go through this magical pool that will completely take us there.
Yep.
Oh, convenient plot devices. But yeah, now we are literally inside of the Nominat, which is still very strange to me, but oh, it's still kind of cool to be able to see the plant below you.
Yeah,
So
we're in space.
So yeah, there's a bunch of seals we have to get to activate some teleporters. There'll be some that we'll have to break later on. And that's pretty much just the whole final dungeon. There's no like big bosses on the way or anything. It's just navigate it, get to the end.
It's just stag beetles and ghosts.
Yeah, Zillia 2's final dungeon is super short. Zillia 1's was decent pace. They at least threw in a boss in the middle of it too. I think Zillia 1 was paced well for what the game was, because no other dungeons were really long in that game.
That stack beetle.
Oh, that's great positioning.
Good thing their vendor radius doesn't go outside of that.
Yeah. Man, you must have did a lot of grinding to get to level 70 on your casual playthrough before getting here. I think I was in the 50s when I got here, my casual.
Yeah, I was in the 50s too. In the speedrun,
Honestly,
we're like level 45 here now.
yeah, because honestly, when I was going through the casual, after a point, I got really tired doing doing fights over and over again. Can't grind at all. That's Gain to 70 before there. That's something.
Oops. There.
They kind of do rely a lot on teleporters. But at the same time, I don't blame them too much, because, you know, trying to figure out a good way of doing transitioning is hard, so just having a teleport there, eh.
Oh no. That's not good. That's like the worst thing can happen with a cutscene. You get a stack beetle behind you.
Yep.
Good thing not many were focusing on me. No point to turn up the volume because this wakes up everybody.
Yeah.
The bridges,
Honestly,
they get louder.
The volume's good. Yeah. The volume's pretty good.
God, the mods.
I hope people said ban, I just removed his message. Oh, this is not Reki Pace at all.
Nope. Reki Pace died in the early game.
Yeah, this game is this run has not been kind. Yeah, Fell's actually been doing it, and then Shin's just been giving commentary this whole time. Dang it, the secret's out. That's why Fell had to leave the commentary. He's ashamed.
Well, once we grab the Geo tree, we're gonna be halfway through.
Don't worry, guys, we're almost there.
We're just almost there.
There's another half of the dungeon left. But this time with skateboards. These people weren't pirates, they're murderers. Get it right. Except for Eleanor and Lockie said they're not murderers. Just everybody else is. Yeah, but they're not pirates. Eisen is a pirate. Everybody else isn't.
Eisen is the Reaper, man.
Yeah. Do a kickflip. Man, okay, that would make Geoboard so much more interesting if you could just do tricks while driving around. Make it a little bit more lively. That's a mod that's worth looking into. Just so you can kickflip, it doesn't change the speed or anything. Doesn't mess with like your hitbox or animation. You just kickflip. I mean, has Eleanor unlawfully killed people? Because I don't think she did in the game. I think she did it all within the confines of the law. Because, you know, the Shepherds got to make the law in this game. Laffy is a precious gem that must be protected at all costs. Why does a bird skateboard? That was good. That one's good.
Okay, this is like the last biggest room. There are 2 more though, like including this one. More bridges. Yeah, for some reason the bridges like volume is pretty damn loud. Great sound designers they had for the last dungeon.
A lot of like JP developers have had issues with audio balancing lately. It's kind of weird. Like Monolith, especially with the Xenoblade series, their audio balancing has been atrocious in the last 3 games. Like X, you can quite literally just like not hear people because of the music.
Alright, time for memes.
Here we go. It's the stairway to heaven. Good luck.
Oh, Aizen. Why?
Alright, so the first phase, we're gonna go after Arturius first, and then 2 Indomina. Also, welcome to Heaven Claw.
Artorius hit Aizen, so he got the defense buff. This won't do that much damage. Not sure if this will do anything. Yeah, well, not much.
One down, one left. Thankfully, Indomina's not terrible to deal with.
I didn't have PG for the Mystic card there. Oh. It's fine. I get to grind more PG.
Thankfully, you can just call him like repeatedly.
Yeah, it's just I used the Mystic card on Artorius. I thought you might have killed him, but nah, that wasn't enough. Oh well.
Okay, so now we're gonna have Armatorius. Yeah. This is... So, like I said earlier, so pretty much it's... Hopefully we can get burned.
Voice did.
Rick Rocco. He gets to spend a lot of the sprint on the ground. Yeah, so we're gonna pray for the burn. Hopefully we'll get it. And then from there it would be hopefully getting a good combo until we die.
Wait, I'm out of arcane balls. Did I miss one? Huh.
Also, Armatorius' break sword is really good. It does a lot of damage. And it's perfect to gain Velvet down to level 2 for a break guard. But most of the time we don't want that. We want to keep her there. You know?
This might be not good. That revive timing, amazing.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, I had to do that since I needed the PG. I think I'm missing arcane bulb, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you had to use
And yeah, time, no. That wasn't actually too bad. Like 1 minute and 30 seconds away from the world record.
You got 421.
Yeah.
You didn't get 420. Like, surprisingly, Fel almost called it. He did call 420 7 seconds, so he's just a bit off.
Yeah. After that many mistakes, that time was still not that bad when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, still underestimate, so hey, at the end of the day, it's all that matters, right?
Yeah.
So that means I get to end early. But yeah. Good job, buddy. So, up next, guys, we're going to have Tales of Symphonia. So we're going to have a brief intermission while we switch over and get everything set up, and then we're going to jump straight into it. So, thanks for Shin doing a second run, as almost is tradition at this point.
Yeah.
And thank all you guys for sticking